estão chegando, sejam muito bem-vindos. Peço que os nossos parceiros que estão chegando se acomodem mais aqui na frente, os coordenadores das organizações de base da Coiab, da comunidade APIB, a todos os demais, se acheguem, que já iniciaremos a nossa programação. Muito bem. Como é que fala em espanhol? Bem-vindos. Aí. Os coordenadores da base da Coiab e da comunidade APIB, os nomes de vocês estão aqui na frente. Então, quem estiver ainda aí por trás, as cadeiras estão identificadas conforme as suas organizações.
Amazônia, Coiab, morada sagrada. O cara dos peixes da encantaria. Amazônia dos rios que correm nas veias. O ventre da terra do povo Quirimbauá. Amazônia ecoa vozes do saber. Os povos da floresta em perfeita harmonia. Em sons mardas, chapiris a dançar.
Bom dia, parentes e parentas. Nossos parentes que estão mais aí atrás, se acheguem mais à nossa comunidade, às nossas organizações, mais aqui na frente.
Somos Coiab, somos resistência. Vem celebrar, parente. Entra na roda com teu maracá. Toca esse tambor pro teu canto ecoar. Vem celebrar, parente. Entra na roda com teu maracá. Toca esse tambor.
Bom dia. Bom dia. Tá fraco. Bom dia. Agora sim, com esse calor. Calor não, que está frio, né? Mas calor humano, essa potência que somos. Gostaria de dar boas-vindas a todos da Amazônia brasileira, da Bacia Amazônica, aos nossos parceiros, aliados, amigos. Sejam bem-vindos a esse espaço do caminhar rumo à COP. Sejam bem-vindos nessa importante construção de agendas, de propostas, de metas indígenas no caminho a rumo à COP, que será na Amazônia, no nosso território indígena, estado do Pará, em Belém, a terra do açaí. Para a gente começar esse diálogo, essa construção, gostaria de só fazer uma conexão de que nós estamos nesse caminhar, nesse rio, já há bastante tempo. A gente tem conversado sobre esse tema COP, que tem sido o tema principal nos nossos cotidianos, nas nossas lideranças, nos espaços territoriais, nos espaços internacionais. Do que a gente está falando de COP, né? E a gente tem conversado muito nos nossos estados, nos nossos territórios. E esse encontro aqui, a pré-COP indígena, é um terceiro encontro de um processo muito grande que a Coiab está liderando. Estivemos, em fevereiro de 2025, no início do ano, reunidos com nossos irmãos da Bacia Amazônica, conversando sobre a COP, qual é a nossa agenda, e de lá a gente continua seguindo o fluxo do rio. De lá fomos para o encontro global, no Congo, semana passada, que ocorreu em Brazzaville com os líderes e autoridades indígenas, populações locais da Bacia da Ásia, Bacia do Congo e da Bacia da Amazônia e Mesoamérica, junto com a PIB. E esse encontro se conecta a esse diálogo, se conecta, e é um momento importante da gente refletir e também conectar de que estamos falando uma única voz, um único caminhar, com propostas enquanto um bloco, enquanto uma rede de povos indígenas do mundo todo. A gente não está falando de um tema isolado, a gente não está falando de coisas diferentes do que lá nos territórios indígenas da Ásia, da África, de toda a Amazônia, da Mesoamérica, aqui no Brasil estamos falando. Então, esse encontro é um marco muito importante em que nós, povos indígenas, estamos liderando, estamos à frente de discutir umas propostas, metas e diálogo rumo à COP, para a gente marcar uma COP histórica na Amazônia, no território indígena, que é o estado do Pará, de trazer diálogo, metas e propostas execuíveis para a resposta do equilíbrio do clima. Vocês aqui são as autoridades do clima, são vocês que trarão a voz, que trarão as ansiedades e trarão propostas e soluções para o equilíbrio do clima. Então, sejam bem-vindos. E esses 3 dias teremos um diálogo bastante importante com todos presentes, a participação de todo mundo é importante. E, para isso, teremos 2 pessoas, 2 mulheres indígenas da Amazônia que farão a condução, a facilitação e a coordenação do nosso diálogo. Então, será apresentada pela Alana Manchineri, que é uma mulher indígena do povo Manchineri do Acre, que é a nossa assessoria internacional na Coiab. E também será compartilhada na condução da Ariene Sui, que é do povo Wapixana, do estado de Roraima, que é comunicadora da comunicação do Fundo Indígena Pudário. Então, estaremos sendo conduzidas, coordenadas e orientadas por essas duas mulheres, duas jovens, aí que vão poder sistematizar e conduzir o que a gente vai trazer dessa conexão, desse nosso diálogo, desde Manaus ao Congo, do Congo aqui para Brasília. Então, sejam muito bem-vindos e passo aqui a palavra para as duas para poder comandar esse nosso encontro. Muito obrigada.
Muito obrigada, Ângela. Então, essa é a primeira vez que a gente está se apresentando, porque geralmente a gente já vai iniciando e não faz uma apresentação, mas queria dizer que eu estou aqui à disposição para ajudar a gente a chegar num denominador comum entre nossas organizações, e fico muito feliz de estar aqui recepcionando também todos e todas as lideranças da Bacia Amazônica. É isso aí, Alana, muito obrigada. Ângela, nós estaremos aqui conduzindo esse momento tão importante para a nossa Amazônia indígena. Cadê a nossa Amazônia? Uhul! Cadê a nossa Amazônia? Uhul! Cadê o grito dos nossos guerreiros, das nossas guerreiras? Eu acho que os nossos guerreiros não se alimentaram direito. Cadê os nossos guerreiros, nossas guerreiras? É isso aí, meus parentes. Sejam muito bem-vindos à nossa casa Brasil, a Amazônia brasileira. E para conduzir esse momento de abertura, chamamos aqui o nosso coordenador geral da Coordenação das Organizações Indígenas da Amazônia Brasileira, Coiab, Toia Manchineri.
Bom dia a todos e todas. A resposta? A resposta? Somos nós. E para que isso aconteça, demarcação? Demarcação? Isso. Bom, gente, em primeiro lugar, quero agradecer, né, todos os parceiros, né, que nos proporcionaram esse momento, né, de juntar parte de lideranças da Bacia Amazônica e da Amazônia brasileira. Mas também trazer parceiros para conhecer a luta do movimento indígena brasileiro e da Bacia Amazônica. Né, agradecer, né, o espaço G9, né, que foi um espaço que construiu, né, esse momento, que é um espaço de debate e de articulação, né, para fortalecer cada vez mais a questão do movimento indígena, não só da Amazônia, mas buscarmos outras parcerias, como ocorreu no acampamento ATL, né, que é promovido pela nossa organização maior, que é a Articulação dos Povos Indígenas do Brasil, que fizemos um chamado aos parentes da Austrália e da Ásia, né? E uma das frases que os parentes da Ásia colocaram foi: a Amazônia nos chamou e aqui nós estamos para juntos consolidarmos uma caminhada, né? Então, esse momento, né, da pré-COP indígena é o momento de nós estarmos trabalhando, né, esse esforço de todos nós, enquanto povos indígenas, para a defesa, né, dos nossos direitos, mas também levar nossas reivindicações e convidar nossos parceiros que possam contribuir com a gente, conversando com os parceiros que conhecem junto ao Estado. Porque o que queremos, né, no final de tudo isso é que a demarcação e a titulação dos territórios indígenas sejam reconhecidos como uma política climática. E que os nossos estados, os nossos governos tenham uma política mais clara sobre a proteção e a defesa, não só dos territórios, mas principalmente dos direitos dos povos indígenas. Porque sem os povos indígenas não haverá floresta. Sem os povos indígenas não haverá ar puro para que a nossa geração e os nossos filhos, nossos netos possam respirar com tranquilidade. Então, é um esforço de todos nós, enquanto povos indígenas, enquanto seres humanos, cuidar do nosso planeta. E essa é uma pequena amostra de nossa caminhada para esse rumo, que é a COP30, né? Que às vezes avança, às vezes não avança, para em uma vírgula, né? Mas nós, povos indígenas, sempre fomos, como diz no Norte, afoito, né? Sempre avançamos onde ninguém consegue ver o avanço que a gente pode ter, né? Então, quebramos barreiras. Por isso que, durante 500 anos, nós ainda existimos. Nos mataram e continuam nos matando. Mas a gente caminha. A gente ri com nossas dificuldades. Então, o movimento indígena brasileiro, através da Coiab, da PIB e da Bacia Amazônica, nós queremos fortalecer essa aliança de povos indígenas do planeta, juntamente com nossos parceiros. Então, sejam bem-vindos ao Brasil, à pré-COP indígena da Amazônia, né, sejam bem-vindos ao Planalto Central, né, não é a Amazônia. Por que não fizemos na Amazônia? Porque essa COP não é só da Amazônia, é uma COP de todos nós. E o Planalto Central também é casa de grande povo, né? Deixa eu cara. Isso me deixa um pouco emocionado, porque são histórias, né, que nosso povo viveu aqui, onde construíram a capital do Brasil, né? Vários povos morreram e por isso que também estamos fazendo aqui pelo um símbolo de resistência, né, dos povos indígenas no Brasil. E desejar a todos, né, um bom evento e que possamos, juntos, construir essa caminhada até a COP30 e pós-COP30, porque os direitos não se implementam apenas em 1 ano e 2 anos, né? Ela deve continuar e vamos continuar nessa luta para que possamos conquistar e ver um planeta mais sadio. Mas isso vai depender de cada um de nós, senhores. Porque, como costumo falar, o planeta Terra é uma grande aldeia. E como uma grande aldeia, todos nós temos que cuidar da nossa parte. Porque se a gente não cuida, nossa casa vai ficar com problema. E essa casa já está com bastante problema, porque pessoas não cuidam do seu espaço. E precisamos cuidar desse espaço, né, sendo nossa casa. E trazer ao Estado essa visão da gente do cuidado da nossa riqueza, do cuidado da nossa vida. Porque a vida é muito importante, né, para todos nós. Nossas riquezas também são muito importantes para a gente e que devem ser utilizadas da melhor forma possível, onde nossas riquezas sirvam para vivermos com dignidade em nossos territórios. Não apenas para enriquecer outros e nos deixar em situações de vulnerabilidade. Obrigado.
Obrigada, coordenador Toia. E para fazer um momento muito importante para todos nós, nós vamos ter um momento espiritual, um momento de ritual com o nosso parente Nadino Calapucha Cambaqui.
Olá, olá. Buenos dias.
Olá, bom dia. Com a permissão dos líderes e das líderes da Bacia Amazônica, com permisso, com autorização dos parceiros e principalmente dos espíritos da Amazônia, eu gostaria de fazer algumas melodias para invocar os espíritos dos nossos avós, avós e os espíritos da floresta para que nos acompanhem aqui. E convocá-los, a todos vocês, para que vocês mantenham coerência, transparência e sinceridade para alcançar os objetivos que foram propostos nesse encontro. Como vocês sabem, como já disse o coordenador Toia, a Amazônia é chave para a estabilidade climática do planeta. E uma nova edição, a edição número 30 da Conferência das Partes sobre Mudança Climática, será realizada num território histórico, um território devastado, explorado, submetido à escravidão, mas que resistiu. E nós estamos aqui, muitos de vocês deixaram as famílias, muitos de vocês deixaram as suas comunidades, muitos de vocês deixaram os avós, pais no território para vir para cá e discutir e propor que essa COP seja histórica porque será num território indígena, na Amazônia. Também muitos parceiros deixaram seus trabalhos, suas famílias, suas cidades para nos acompanhar aqui. É importante que caminhemos juntos, como já disseram, como parceiros, não como beneficiários, como inferiores, e sim como parceiros e irmãos, porque temos que fazer um trabalho coletivo para conseguir enfrentar essa crise que nós estamos vivendo. A Amazônia precisa de nós e nós precisamos da Amazônia. Então, eu gostaria de convidar todos vocês a parar um pouco, vamos ficar em pé. Vamos levantar as duas mãos para diante. Vamos fechar os olhos, todos nós, e vamos pensar no nosso território, no lugar onde nós nascemos, no lugar onde estão os nossos irmãos, onde estão os rios, as árvores, os animais, onde está o fogo. Mas também tem luta, tem resistência, porque tem ameaças. Companhias de mineração, de petróleo, madeireiras, hidroelétricas e muitas outras ameaças. Muitos irmãos, enquanto nós estamos aqui, estão lutando e provavelmente muitos estão sendo ameaçados. Vamos pedir para eles que eles nos acompanhem para que essa pré-COP seja bem-sucedida. Não temos mais tempo e nós estamos aqui para dar uma resposta a essa emergência. Vamos escutar.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Nadino. And now we also want to welcome our base organizations for Coiab. And as I call on you, please yell out, show us the ancestral strength of your territory, because we're here in Brasilia, but we came here through the strength of your territories, because we know it's not easy to leave your families and your territories behind to come here to discuss and debate for this entire week. Okay, relatives? So let's see who yells higher. Where is the delegation from Appian? Delegation from Apoiampi. Arpiti. 'Arpiti. 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 G. Coapima. Fepipa. Fepuiti. Acre Indigenous Movement. And Opiroma. So let us continue. Now, Apibi community. Where is, calm down, cover. Wait a second. Apibi community, get ready to yell because we're gonna call the Coiab Network delegation. Where are the warrior women from Umiabi? And where are our advisors and leaders from the Podari Fund? Now, Apibi community. Where are the relatives and leaders from Apoimi? Api Sudeste. Api Sul. Atiguaçu. Coiab. Guarani Virapá Committee. And Terena Council. Very good. Our delegation from the Apibi community. Now our hermanos and hermanas. Where are our relatives from Aricepi? Who is from Aricepi? Raise your hands up for the relatives to see. Where are the leaders from APA? There they are. Sidobi. Confeniai. Here, front. Foagi. That's right. Oi, ois. Orpia. Opiak. Very good. Gatsi. Koika. And all of our relatives who are present here today, our partners. Where are you? Where are partners? We can't see you. I think we're gonna have to do the ritual again. And now also the delegation from the UK who's here. Where are the people from the UK? There they are. Maggie Shanley, who is the International Director of Forests of the FDO. We also have Stefania, the leader for the Amazon. Also Tom, I apologize if I'm not pronouncing your names correctly. Tom Shadwick. Lina Penuela. Oliver Olauglin. and Jade Christine. And also Sergio Butley. I apologize for my pronunciation. Let's continue. And now I'll pass the floor to my relative Alana, and she will continue with our program. A round of applause for our relative Arieli. And I would also like to ask once again, that our partners come up close, sit closer to us so that we can be together, united. If you are in the back from our Coiab network, our Podali Fund, I can see you. Please come up front. I'm not wearing glasses, but I can see your silhouettes. I'd like to thank you for being here, and also our institutional partners who are present here. We have ACT Brazil. Who is from ACT Brazil here? Round of applause for our relatives. From the Connection Peoples of the Forest Project, WIX, TRC, WWF Brazil, IATERO, UNICEF, WCS, Avina Foundation, Kipa Collective, Vice, RRI, Tinta, ESPN, IAB, Tenure Facility, the IDB, the Rainforest, the PIASI Working Group, and also the World Bank. A round of applause for our partners. Thank you for being here today. It's very important for us to have this moment with you. And like our general coordinator mentioned, we are not going to make impact at COP alone. We need everyone to speak on behalf of the demarcation of our territories. So it's very important to have you here. And to continue with our program, I'd like to ask someone to share our agenda on the screen here. So, does everyone have the program? Can you raise your hand if you have the program? So everyone has access to the program. We're going to go through it briefly. You all have our shirts as well, right? Our pre-COP shirts. Were you happy with the shirts? Look, I think you either didn't have coffee, I don't know what you did last night, but I think you're a little bit, you need to become more spiritualized. Did you get your shirts? So a round of applause for all of us. Let's raise our energy. We need all of our strength for this pre-COP space. We have many challenges, but together we're stronger. So we will begin our first day with a political agenda. Today we're going to talk a little bit about what the indigenous movement wants for COP30, what we expect for COP30. So we divided our program into spaces that will align the political and strategic agenda of the indigenous movement, and we want to strengthen the strategy of the indigenous movement and not the Amazon or one organization or the other, but the indigenous movement as a whole. So we want to talk about the political agenda, the infrastructure, about COP30 in terms of organization. So Coiab as the host in Brazil, what we're doing to receive the other movements, together with FEPIPA, the base organization of the state of Pará. Will also welcome all of the international relatives who will attend COP30. And we're also going to talk about the Indigenous NDC, this document where we want to strengthen the international impact of the indigenous movement agenda to strengthen this perspective. So in this morning, we're going to talk about what the indigenous movement cannot negotiate, and we're also going to talk in the afternoon about what we understand about COP30, what are the incident spaces where we can make impact, and what is the Indigenous in NDC, which will be the document delivered to the authorities on the 5th. On the following day, we're going to talk about adaptation and climate financing. We're going to discuss mitigation, adaptation, and climate financing, which will also help us draft the guidelines for our documents. We're going to talk about the experiences we have in our territories, and it will be a more technical debate. So we're going to have political leaders and also technical partners helping us build what we want with the official documents. Because when we talk about this conference, the UNFCCC, we understand that there is a technical opinion that needs to be considered. So we're always strengthening this perspective. Then we move on to the third day, our third day of activities. So on the third day, we're going to talk about our incidents in COP30, how we're going to organize ourselves in the UFCCC, how we're going to advocate. We're going to talk about the Indigenous Caucus, the International Indigenous Peoples Forum, based on the dialogue that we have in the state and between the parties, and that's why we're going to have embassies here on the 5th, and also bringing the experience of other countries. We have here Opiaki, who is the host of COP16, the Biodiversity COP, and they will talk about their experience in discussing with the Brazilian government. This is our fourth day. In the afternoon, we're going to validate the political document, which is the document that will leave here, and it's our advocacy document that will be disseminated by embassies, by our partners, remembering that we are in the month of the Bonn conference, the SB62 conference, which is also part of the journey towards COP30. And during the fifth day, we're going to have a meeting with allies, governments, and philanthropy, and we're going to deliver the document. We're going to have the presence of our Minister of Indigenous Peoples, Sonia Guajajara, the Minister of Environment of Colombia, Lina, and other communities who will be here with us, in addition to our partners and philanthropists. So in the afternoon, we also have a dialogue with ACTO, which will also involve a discussion about the platform of peoples that ACTO is creating. And at the end, we're going to draft the political documents for COP30. That's why it's very important for you all to participate on this agenda so that we can build a concise document that has the participation of all leaderships available here. And we have been engaging in listening processes in the territories. Like was mentioned, we started this dialogue agenda ever since last year, and we're always updating our demands, but the main demand that appears in all documents are the territorial rights. In Brazil, the demarcation of the territories, and we're also bringing the perspective of other countries because we share a territory. So what impacts Colombia impacts the state of the Amazon and Bolivia. So do we all agree on our agenda?
Ariane was saying, where are the young people? They said, no, we are all young here, right? Who is young here? Raise your hand. Young for longer, right? Oh, Ariane, no. We were in our first rehearsal. Now we are really going to say, who is young? Raise your hand and scream. The answer is us. The answer is us. This is our schedule. I would like to rapidly request everyone at the back to give the presentation of the information, remembering that in the morning, in the beginning of our morning, we presented the Coiab team that will be here supporting us with logistics. If you need to call health insurance, go to a doctor or something else, it's important for you to feel free to do so. We need to take care of ourselves. We are here to support you too. Okay, regarding logistics, we have the simultaneous interpretation. So those who entered now that need some simultaneous interpretation for English, Spanish, and French, we are giving you the equipment at the back, outside actually. Can you hear me correctly? People from Spanish, can you understand me? English, APA, can you understand me? So if you have any issues with the interpretation, tell us. We are going to call the technical team to help you. So our international payment will be done with Dennis. Those who have seen Dennis when we presented him, Dennis, if you could come forward for us to present you briefly. So team called Dennis to us. So reimbursements will be done between the second and fourth, remembering that on the fifth day there will be people traveling, so let's focus this on the third and the fourth for the reimbursement for the international people. For the Coiab, the accountability will be done with our team. We have already scheduled your trips. We need to have an accountability, remembering that we are here with our partners. And this debate is also always really strong. We have here the communication team that will be available to give the pictures that we take for communication, remembering that we are having a live transmission. If the basis of our Coiab network, of the G9 and other organizations from our network want to participate live, they're going to be there within Coiab's YouTube. Just enter YouTube, put Coiab Amazonia, and we are transmitting it. For those who are internationally, we also have it in other languages. So if people on French Guiana want to watch it, they can do so. Enter on the YouTube of Coiab. There we are going to have a link in English, Portuguese, Spanish, and French. So if you want to participate on the online COP, you are not able to come, you are able to do so by going through our YouTube channel. We have the logistics team supporting us. Oh, I need to understand where my flight is. How do I get an Uber? We are here to help you with the logistics. We have a rapporteur team. Raise your hands. They're at the back supporting us. Our Coiab team. They're all excited. They were more excited. I think their coffee had more sugar. And regarding the logistics, please perform your check-in so no one stays behind. I mean, you're going to go to the Amazon if you want to stay to Brazil. If you want to go to Belém with Concita and Ronaldo, you can stay here. You can stay here in Brazil. We are going to take you there. The doors of our homes are open. And that's it for the logistics. We have a beautiful community here. We have a beautiful t-shirt with the identity of what we have been talking about. This is a COP for the world, a COP for indigenous people at a global level. This is a first experience. Those who have already gone to COP, who has actually? Raise your hands. Who has never gone? Raise your hands. Okay, we have many people that have never gone to a COP, so this is the first experiment of how it's going to be there. We have many relatives that speak other languages. We're going to talk about some technical terms, and we're going to have our partners, supporters to help you answer any questions. Those who have never gone to COP, this is already the beginning of this pathway that you're going to do to go to COP 30. Well, that's it, guys. A round of applause for all of our agenda. If you have any questions on anything related to logistics, once more, we are here available to strengthen and answer any other questions. Just remembering here, we have our timetables, and I mean, we can fix things up if we can follow our time correctly. Are we going to forgive everyone? I mean, delay is another issue. 20 minutes, 15, we are going to forgive you, but if you come a minute too late, then you can already impact on our agenda. So please, commitment is really important. Arrive 15 minutes late, okay, but 1 hour, we can work with that. Remembering that when we are at the climate conference, we only have 5 minutes to speak. If we go late, we cannot speak. So it's important for us to strengthen this commitment with time. But I mean, if you need to have a meeting, we have this available here. But always leave a representative in the plenary session. We have a lot of representatives here, but I mean, don't leave. I mean, all the organization. We need to have someone here. So Dennis, please come here. When we are discussing things, if there isn't a single representative of your organization, maybe your view won't be represented here. So we want all of you here to participate on this process. For those who do not know Dennis, this is Dennis Valdo from the Coiab team. A round of applause for him. He will be helping us and giving support to the logistics, accountability, reimbursement, right, Dennis? I mean, be at ease in the morning. After lunch, I will be on the room next to this one and seek me individually, or else there will be a lot of people. You're going to lose some content here on the plenary session. There will be a lot of enriching topics that will be discussed here. That's it. Thank you. I mean, if you need anything else, call Dennis. Thank you, Dennis. So now continuing with our agenda, we are on time. We're going to begin with our plenary session. The answer is us. And as we have strengthened our motto, we need to be strong. Whenever we invite someone, let's, I don't know, have a lot of energy, show our hands for our relatives, as it is a challenge. But we are here united together to strengthen all of our rights. So I would like to invite here the General Coordinator from Coiab, Toya Manchineri. He just arrived from Congo with the other delegates that went to participate on the Three Basins agenda. Now a show of hands for our coordinator, executive coordinator of APIB by Coiab, Kleber Caripuna. I would like to invite one of our representatives of the Amazon Basin. Another show of hands for Eligio da Costa, the president from Orpia, Venezuela. I would like to invite especially our president director of the Indigenous Fund, Pudali, Vanéria Payet. I think Valeria has her own fan club. And hers is bigger. Where is the other one for the other leaderships? I believe that people from Pudali are more excited than others. A round of applause for our vice coordinator of Umiabi, Maura Apiuna. Come on, girls. Thank you for having the vice coordinator here. It's always important to have our network connected. We're going to have this panel for you to talk about the expectancies of the movement regarding COP30. What won't you give up on understanding this place as an important moment for unity? We're going to have the speech of, I have already told them that it's going to be 10 minutes so we can hear the other leaderships. So I would like to begin with our coordinator of Umiabi, the Vice Coordinator of Umiabi, Maura. Show of hands for her. Good morning, everyone. My name is Maura Arapiung. I am from the state of Pará. I have been on the vice coordination of the Umiabi. It's an honor to be here within this important moment to talk about the pre-COP 30 and our participation, especially for indigenous women within such a space. When we talk about female participation, we are talking about the defenders of human rights, of traditional medicine, ancestral knowledge, so it would not be acceptable to talk about COP30 without the participation of indigenous women. We are within many spaces, we are occupying many spaces, but we need to be strengthened. We have women being violated, assaulted every day, being expelled from their territories. We need to talk about demarcation, occupation, and the defense of this space where women are. We are women that are in many states of the Brazilian Amazon. We belong to the Coiab network, and each time more we are seeking to strengthen the base women, those who are on the territory, those that have their organizations, that are strengthening their rights. To perform a COP30 within the Amazon space, it's to talk especially about the guarantee of the participation of women and especially indigenous people. We can't perform an event and not guarantee the presence of those who are truly preserving the Amazon. We are defending our territory. We were already into other spaces, however, it was in other regions where the spaces were limited, and now we have the opportunity to perform this in our territory. So to guarantee the participation of indigenous women within this space is truly relevant. The theme already says the answer is us, but what are those answers if we do not have these people within such spaces? Where the government many times has projects but doesn't think about something that goes towards indigenous people, for indigenous women who are within the territory. So we need to guarantee the participation of women so it is constructive, where truly there will be an active hearing, dialogue, especially respecting the participation of the women who are truly defending the territory. Our territories are being threatened, women are being violated, and we need to give this answer. We don't need to have a state that assaults women, our children. We need to stay within the territory. We need to be safer. We don't want the invasion of our territory. We don't want timber extractors. We are being sought off by big entrepreneurs, and they're not thought of for us. So we, as indigenous women of the Brazilian Amazon, reaffirm our commitment, and we need to guarantee our participation to truly create policies that are towards indigenous people and the women within the territory. Many of us had to leave the territory to study, to seek other knowledges. If we do not strengthen our additional knowledge, we stay behind. We are not only on the village, we are within the territory. Where I am within my territory. I'm here in a place where I will take my home, will take the voice of indigenous people, and especially of the children within the territory. We need to talk about how much we need to be together so we can stay safely there. We need to demarcate our territories. This is necessary as invasions are happening every time, and with that, many bad things happen, especially prostitution, the traffic of children, women, so they're leaving their territories in a violent manner. We don't need policies that will remove them, policies that will guarantee their stay within the territory. So I just would like to thank you for the opportunity of being here, being part of this dialogue. I believe on your potency, and it will be a wonderful event. We're always available to have dialogues, to talk to other states, and that's it. Thank you so much. Thank you, Maura. It's always important to bring the view of our organization of women. I would like to now invite, and this is something for me and Areni and for everyone that speaks Portuguese, for us to speak slower due to the interpretation. We were running, so you can have space for the leaderships to speak. If you can speak slower, please to help on the interpretation so our relatives can hear us. So I would like to invite the president from Orpia, Eligio, please. Hello, brothers and sisters. I am really happy. It's a pleasure to be here with you. I come from the Venezuelan Amazon. Thank you, Kleber, everyone who has invited us to this amazing event. We have here some of our colleagues, Miguel. It is a work that we have been performing, as Toya has said. It only began on COP16 through the G9 group. Considering the situation that the Coiab was in, we are now united. Thank you to the coordinator, Fanny. We are building an important work, one that we will present at COP30. However, apart from this proposal that we have been working on for a while on the ancestral knowledge, protection of our territories, legal security, demarcation, the alternatives of our indigenous people, and other important themes, and the defense of indigenous rights too. This is an important work that will be presented at COP30. That's why this is a political incidence moment where the world needs to hear us. This sentence that we have here, the answer is us at COP30, we are going to show that the answer is us. That is why we are working with the Amazon basin, herein represented.
We are also supporting the Coiab organization, APIB, and all organizations who have been working in such an important process. We are reviving and giving strength to this project, this proposal we're going to take to the COP. It is a collective work, but we also work as brothers and sisters. This also serves to bring unity to our people. We are here in Brazil, and now we need to learn Portuguese, but it's important to have this space so that all Amazonian peoples can come together. The more united we are, the stronger we will arrive in COP30, because this COP is a COP for indigenous peoples. Some people say that's not the case, but it is a COP for our people, for us to do advocacy, and for the world to hear us, because indigenous peoples are the first protectors of indigenous territories and of all territories. We are the ones who take care of the territories with our ancestral knowledge. Many people don't see that with good eyes, but for us, it's a huge deal to be here and to move forward in this protection process, because the Amazon brings other parts of the world to life. We are the answer. So we need to get to these spaces united, and the sign of that this will be the case is that we are here walking together to have advocacy. And the Venezuelan Amazon and the Amazon in other countries has problems. Of course, we have the mining issue, the illegal mining, as is also the case with other countries. But it's important for us to take advantage of this space to receive support from partners. Also, thank you to the partners who are here so that we can keep on strengthening these mechanisms that helped us to keep on protecting the Amazon, which belongs to all peoples. So I'm very happy to be here with you here in Brazil, in Brasilia. And yesterday, I think we had an important moment for Coica, and it's important to talk about this, a Coica which is stronger and united, and we will keep on supporting APIB and Coiab here in Brazil. We need to be together at COP, all of us together as indigenous peoples, because we are all indigenous, we're all brothers, and we need to support each other in all proposals that will be taken to such an important COP that is going to happen in the Amazon, the biggest forest there is, our home, and this is an important space to do this political incidents. Like I said, through or with help from APIB, Coiab, these are the biggest organizations in Brazil, and us too, as Venezuela, in Orpion, to support you with everything. We are here for you. We have been supporting you ever since the first moments, participating and discussing to build not only a better country, but to build better countries in the 9 Amazon countries. We can't lose sight of the G9, which is also a very important space of discussion, and we need to continue building this group through COICA. It's a collective work, and it's a very important advocacy space. It's important for all countries to defend the human rights of all countries. So thank you for hosting us here. Thank you very much, Eligio. And I would like to invite to take the floor our Podali director, Valeria Payet. A round of applause. Welcome, everybody. Welcome. I will try and speak slowly. If I stand up, I will speak faster. So I will remain seated and try and speak slowly so that everyone can follow what I'm saying. First of all, I'd like to congratulate Coiab, the Brazilian indigenous movement, the Amazonian indigenous movement, and the global indigenous movement for organizing such an important event, which has the possibility of discussing the indigenous issue and taking our perspective to such an important debate, which is a global debate. As was said by our coordinator, Toya, COP belongs to the world. COP belongs to all of us. So we are here to build our advocacy, to build our perspective, our participation during the COP, and to build a joint cosmovision so that this can be an opportunity to showcase not only the numbers that prove all of our commitment to our planet Earth. It goes beyond that. It's so that other people who inhabit this planet not only recognize but actually contribute for the planet to be taken care of and for us to continue existing and inhabiting it. Because we need to be committed as humans to take care of our planet, our rivers, our biodiversity. And my message as executive director of Podali, we have several leaders here who are participating. And these leaders act directly in the Podali Fund. They are people who are very knowledgeable and who participate in the Podali Fund. And I greet everyone who's here. And they're here because they're committed and they also want to follow and advocate on climate funding. And when I talk about funding or financing, it's because we understand that our mission of taking care of our territory goes through guaranteeing our territories. And we always talk about Brazil and about the demarcation of our lands, and that is urgent because demarcation of our territories is what has proven our commitment in taking care of our shared home, the Amazon, which plays a very important role in protecting the planet. And the importance of having demarcation as a climate policy, yes, it's important for governments to recognize this. It's important that we continue also having opportunities to take care of our planet. The importance of the commitment to the indigenous NDC, this engagement that our leaders are doing is a commitment that the indigenous peoples are taking on during this COP, so that all of that commitment is taken on by all of us and that we have the right conditions to do our part. It's important that the support is given directly. We need the trust. We need your trust, our partners, our funders, our governments. It's important in order for us to take on the responsibility and continue doing what we have been doing throughout over 500 years since the invasion, but also in our planet since it has been created. Direct financing is taking ownership of that support, not only as indigenous funds, but also respecting our own forms of organization. Direct financing means financing our organizations that already exist, which have been fighting, that take on commitments, that fight to defend indigenous rights, the environment, and everything that refers to taking care and guaranteeing the lives of our peoples. And that is commitment. And direct financing is also supporting the instruments that the indigenous peoples create, like the Podali Fund, the Indigenous Fund for the Brazilian Amazon, an instrument created by the indigenous movement of the Brazilian Amazon, led by our mother organization, Coiab. And based on these instruments, we have taken on the commitment to support the initiatives and what our peoples already do, what our relatives already do. We don't tell our relatives what to do, but we support what is already done, or what is already done in the sense of taking care of this planet, taking care of such an important biome, which plays a vital role for the benefit not only of indigenous peoples, but everyone who inhabits the planet somehow reaps the benefits of the work we do. And these are the main points that I wanted to share within the framework of the main topic we are bringing as indigenous peoples. The answer is us. So, based on this perspective, I'd like to say that the instruments, considering what I have been saying, are an initiative that was done by us indigenous peoples and thought of by us to respond to our demands, but also thought of for our relatives. It's from us, for us, but in order for them to be strong, we also count on the collaboration, the partnership of everyone who believes and trusts us as indigenous peoples and who trust in our processes. Thank you very much and welcome, because the answer is us. Thank you, Valeria. And I'd like to invite to take the floor Kleber Caripuna, our executive coordinator of APIB with Coiab. A round of applause. Thank you, Alana. Well, I'd like to, first of all, start by greeting this wonderful plenary, this wonderful audience, very diverse, with relatives and leaders from indigenous delegations from all corners of the Amazon basin, but also here from Brazil, from other regions, from other biomes that compose the political basis of APIB here in Brazil. If you don't know me, I'm Kleber Caripuna. I am currently one of the executive coordinators of APIB, the Articulation of Indigenous Peoples in Brazil, representing the Coiab and the Brazilian Amazon, and I'm currently an advisor of the Podali Indigenous Fund and one of the co-chairs of the Global Alliance of Territorial Communities, of which APIB, the Amazon Basin, and other Mesoamerican and African colleagues from the Congo Basin and from the Indonesia Basin are part of this global alliance. And I'd like to specifically greet the indigenous populations and organizations members of the Amazon Basin, and to greet our colleagues from COICA, from the COICA Directorate, and the entire political articulation of the indigenous G9, which uses the Amazon Basin as a strategy of coordination and political strengthening in the Amazon Basin. And I'd like to also greet our colleagues from APIB, the Terena Council, Alberto Benites, from the Guarani Veropá Committee. I don't know if we have any other executive committee colleagues here, but I'd like to greet the organization's members of APIB, and a special greeting to our Coiab, our colleague Toya, not only for hosting such an important event, but for their leadership role, the leadership role that Coiab and FEPIPA in the state of Pará will have and is having jointly as hosts, so that we can help trace a path forward for this indigenous peoples debate, not only in the Amazon Basin, but at the global level towards COP30. And that is a mission that Coiab has been leading, and us as allies, members, and part of a great network at the national and global levels, play a fundamental role of joining efforts, just like we have joined efforts in hosting the Biodiversity COP in Colombia last year, where this large network became stronger and coordinated to walk together towards Colombia, the Colombian COP, COP16 last year. And it's the same spirit that we bring to this walk forward towards COP30 and to the future agendas post COP30 that we're going to have. And the name of this panel, The Answer is Us, and the political opportunities and challenges we have towards COP. I usually say that in the last 2 years, ever since when Brazil was about to be announced as a host to receive COP30, this in December 2023, the indigenous Amazonian, Brazilian, and global movements started coordinating, not only to guarantee the participation and the presence of the indigenous face in this next COP, but also a political articulation of our main topics and agendas. That is one of the main goals of our pre-Indigenous COP so that we can evaluate how far we have come and how we have done this in the strategies and agendas and the main demands we want to take to COP30 and how we can in the coming months as we reach closer and closer to COP30 and how we can jointly become stronger and stronger to maintain our work in this agenda firm, united, strengthened, and aligned around a same agenda. But we also do advocacy with governments, with countries, the national governments of each country, the instances that defend the climate topic, UNFCCC, and others, so that our demands are seen, they appear in the official documents, and that a commitment is taken on to the indigenous peoples and their territories. So this is a fundamental role of our pre-indigenous COP and this path that we want to walk together towards COP30. In that sense, the motto, the campaign, The Answer is Us, which came up in the Brazilian Amazon a year ago, about a year ago, almost a year ago, when we came up with that slogan, with the strategy of giving visibility in this process of building the the answer is us motto, thinking about communication towards COP30. And that's when we came up with the campaign. And currently, this campaign became global and was embraced by indigenous relatives and relatives from local communities in these regions that are part of the Global Alliance. And we just came here on Saturday night and we had a huge congress held by the Global Alliance, a tropical forests and basins congress, which also discussed other important indigenous territories which are occupied by indigenous peoples globally. This congress was just organized by the Global Alliance in Brazzaville, in the Congo Basin, as an event towards COP30, which brought several topics and agendas which will be discussed here. And it's important for us to debate, to disseminate information, because we have many common topics that are being discussed globally with indigenous relatives from other regions, and which are also topics and agendas that the Amazon Basin and that the indigenous peoples, not only from the Amazon Basin, but from Latin America as a whole, have been discussing and thinking about. And in that sense, the campaign, The Answer is Us, and that slogan and strategy brings 5 priority demands of ways forward that we should debate during this event here. One is the importance of the territorial protection of indigenous land, the recognition, the titling, the demarcation, the protection, the guarantee of fully enjoying not only our right to demarcate these territories, but the right to protect the life in the territories for the physical, cultural, social, cosmologic survival of the peoples who inhabit the territories. So the territorial protection axis in this campaign is fundamental for tackling the climate change globally and for making governments prioritize in their NDCs and the commitments they will take on during COP30 as a strategic topic, the territorial protection of our peoples and territories.
Another fundamental aspect is participation and right to consult. Any action, any public policy needs to be worked on, performed, and respected with indigenous people and local communities at a global level. It's one of the strategic axes for The Answer is Us, which is the respect and recognition of the many state actors, not only governments and other players, on the participation on the right to consultation. Another fundamental axis is climate financing. And here our colleague Valeria brought this agenda. It's one of the demands at a global level when with APIB in Brazil, Coiab, Amazon, and all the other members of the Amazon basin as a whole. We are all talking about the climate financing. And not only about this, we are talking about COP30, but also on the agenda of financing for all indigenous people in their territories, organizations, from the recognition of our own means of governance, protagonism, not only from our mechanism of indigenous funds, and this is an agenda that in the past 5 years was intensively strengthened, the creation, strengthening of new mechanisms for our own indigenous fund. At the example here, the Podali Fund. Last year, APIB created the Aguatá Fund for indigenous people in Brazil and Indonesia. 3 years ago, approximately the Luzantara for indigenous people in Indonesia. For Asia, the IPAIS for Asia and Mesoamerica, the Territorial Mesoamerican Fund, and local funds, Roto from Roraima, Firne from Rio Negro in the Brazilian Amazon, many other mechanisms of indigenous funds in this major ecosystem of indigenous funds at a global level that were created throughout these 5 years. This is one of the main agendas that we are propelling within the debate of climate financing, on direct financing debate, to make it possible to have financing from major global funds of climate, biodiversity, environment for our indigenous funds, for our indigenous organizations. As we have already shown, our capability to manage the resources that come to our places. This is what we are working on the strategy of The Answer Is Us. Another thing is the protection of the defenders and our own means of life. This is an access that will guarantee in these times that we're living in with disputes on the protection of our territory. We should also guarantee the defense of our leaderships that are in many regions, as in Brazil here, they are suffer violence, killing. So the answer is us is also for the defense of our indigenous defenders, our leaderships. And lastly, the last axis of this debate of The Answer Is Us is the end of any extractivist project within indigenous territories or close to them that can impact us, especially the end of exploitation of fossil fuels and mining within our territory. The answer is us can't only go through indigenous people. It is an answer that needs to be given by everyone that is committed with the future of humanity, with the planet. The answer is us needs to be given by humanity as a whole, everyone that wants to have to give a better future for the future generations. And that's why we have these 5 main demands, and we have been working on them to go to COP30. And to finalize, one of the main demands for this agenda in this meeting that is fundamental is the debate on the indigenous NDCs, the nationally determined contributions that need to go from the indigenous record towards the national NDCs of each country. And it's important for us to talk about what each leadership, country, organization, in any other country, all countries of the Amazon basin are articulating, so we can work on this incidence with our governments and to take our demands as indigenous NDCs for this government so they can take on the commitment with our agenda. Recently, APIB on the Freeland Camp launched the indigenous NDCs, and very briefly I will talk about the main axis that bring this indigenous focus to it. So we are trying to incite politically. So this becomes an annex to the Brazilian NDC for COP30 that goes through seven main axes. One, mitigation. It's not possible to work on mitigation without relating it to the importance of indigenous territories for the reduction of greenhouse gases. The second, adaptation. It's not possible to not bring to this debate territorial protection of our means of life to fight climate change. Third, financing. On this expectancy to have a protagonism of our indigenous fund. The next one, technology transfer. To make it clear that ancestral traditional knowledges, indigenous science, has already protected and is still protecting our territories, its biodiversity, ecosystems, and it's important to recognize that this indigenous technology, science, belongs to this answer to fight the climate crisis. Another one, capacity building, a climate education. How can we work on this process of continuing to work on climate education that is recognized by our Brazilian state to understand that we are important for this demand? Another one is justice and mission. We can't work with indigenous EDCs without recognizing the humanitarian debt that they have with indigenous people in our territories. And lastly, the co-benefits, recognizing that transversely all cultural practices within our territory face climate crisis, and it's necessary to recognize them as goals to face this crisis with this answer as a whole that we want. So going towards COP30, we want to go together from a PIB at a national level, with Coiab, at a global level with the Global Alliance. We are all together in this path so that in COP30 we can take the message, the answer is us, and then we can sensitize most of the governments, philanthropists, private sector that has a major responsibility on fighting the climate issues. All of us that need to give an answer, we need to unite. So going to towards COP30, we need to go formally with our demands and bring the necessary answers to fight the climate crisis. And let's continue forward with an agenda that can go towards the future of the planet and humanity. Thank you so much. Thank you, Klebe. Now I would like to call one of our authorities in climate. We have strengthened the participation of indigenous people and have also been bringing their authority, the climate authorities, for this debate as indigenous diplomats. So I would like to invite Toya Manchineri to speak now. Well, I would like to congratulate our team for organizing this process, and also the technical team that the G9 was able to place so that now we could be here to perform this debate. I also would like to thank Yeda, who is there, which works on our international agenda, Gisele, who is there, our partners that are helping us, other two people there at the back, Chica from Evo, and Marcel from 350.org that has contributed with this debate, and also Aurelio. Where are you, Aurelio? Oh, there you are. From Tenure Facility. Sometimes he messages us at 1 a.m. I'm sorry, I want to talk about this. I may only say that Aurelio is our advisor. Is the one that we always call. He has contributed with everything for us. Another important person is Elsu from TNC that has been going with us and on this pathway from Coiab. So we can arrive to where we are now. I also would like to thank all the leaderships of the Brazilian Amazon that have created Coiab. Another important person within this process is Angela Castellana, who is there. Former Coiab coordinator, she belongs to our international group. Alana Manchineri from communication. And I mean, our objective by going internationally is that we can each time more create proposals and know what we are discussing at an international level. Another fundamental party from Opiaki within this process of constructing this space that we are in now. Well, to talk about the answer is us, we sometimes need to seek our reality, our space. And yesterday I heard a song, a Manchineri song that I haven't heard for a while. It's one for healing, strengthening, but also it makes us reflect about things. I had heard it sometimes, and there is a moment where it talks about the big river that goes. But it also talks about the midday sun that illuminates you. And part of this song also says, I come while there is someone that can teach you. So, if the planet has reached a point that it is now, the point it is now, we, my brothers and sisters, need to be this answer for this moment. Let's be this river that each year that it's full, it molds its path, cleans its bad so new things can come. Let's be this river of transformation with our people, with our leaders, so we can be connected with this process of renewal, preservation of life, and with new good things coming. That's why it is important for us, indigenous people, to have our territory intact. Not only for us, as buildings are not built on the sky. The cars don't fly. I mean, people say they're going to build flying cars, but they need to go to the ground ones. The importance of the earth is as important for indigenous people and anyone that lives here. That's why I say, let's be this river of transformation. And let's make this COP30. Let's make everyone understand that indigenous people and their knowledge are fundamental so we can have a new life, a full life in our territories. And using our knowledges to strengthen the identity of each one of us. As I mean, the most technical aspects were already spoken by the other guys. So let's be this river of transformation and clean what is bad and renew things. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. I would like to paraphrase our general coordinator, remembering that we are in a live transmission to invite non-indigenous people to be part of this global call. The answer is us. use this moment to learn while we are here to teach. This is the message that we leave for the end of this panel. I would like you all to give a show of hands to everyone here on the panel. The answer is us. Another time, come on. Let's now have an important moment, right, Alana? Yes, we're going to take a picture of our panel, communications team, and now we're going to have a coffee break so we can reflect on what was brought here by our leaders, on the political aspect of everything, and we come back after 10 minutes. We're going to subscribe people who want to talk, those who want to talk about something political, technical. We have 10 minutes for our coffee break. We're going to come back then for the manifestation of our plenary session with all the leaderships. So if you want to speak, feel at ease. We're going to be here taking notes for the interventions on this panel, this space for COP30, our context that we are going to have a space on the COP30 within Milan at Para. So 10 minutes for the break. Once more, a show of hands for our plenary. 10 minutes. Now eat a lot to come back stronger, okay? DJ, please put some song.
Let us continue. Let's go, warrior peoples, warrior men and women from the Amazon, from all of our countries, our Brazilian states of the Amazon. I'm gonna jot you down as absent if you don't answer. If you don't, you're gonna have to sing, you're gonna have to dance if you arrive late. Let's see if everybody's here. The answer is us. Demarcation now. Warriors, what is your mission? To fight for our land and achieve demarcation. I'm gonna have to teach you our fight songs. Warriors, what is your mission? Fighting for our land and achieving demarcation. Did you learn it yet? Right? Did you learn? Warriors, what is your mission? Warriors, what is your mission? To fight for our land and achieve demarcation. Demarcation now. The people in the back are not achieving demarcation. So let's begin. Alana, who here hasn't subscribed to speak? If you want to speak, we are taking subscriptions for you to speak and intervene and organize yourselves for what you want to say. Am I going too fast? Sorry, I apologize. Once again, if you still haven't applied to speak during this panel and you want to, please come up to Alana and give her your name. Meanwhile, while you're doing that, we're gonna invite all of you to watch a video. Okay? Are you taking all the names, Alana? Okay. We are part of this river, waters, and forests. We belong to this great global village. We are more than 180 indigenous peoples from the Brazilian Amazon, holders of ancient knowledge that preserve biodiversity, sharing their knowledge from generation to generation. Climate authorities have been very important in keeping the forests alive. We, indigenous peoples, know better than anyone how much our planet has transformed over time. For those elder leaders who look at the time of the rain, of the moon, they perceive this big change, especially when dealing with the food issue. We, indigenous peoples, have been preserving and guarding the forest not only for indigenous peoples, but for the planet as a whole. These changes in climate directly affect people and our world. We know that there are mechanisms to deal with the change in the climate. We understand that it is important to be in the debates so that our vision is incorporated in the process. The mechanism that stands out is the mechanism known as RED+. This acronym stands for Reducing Emissions from Deforestation and Forest Degradation. In short, RED Plus is a mechanism that provides some type of compensation to those that prevent the destruction of the forest. One of its main goals is to reduce the legal deforestation. Because of this, many companies have been contacting the territories, offering contracts that often violate our rights. There is a great risk associated with carbon credit contracts with indigenous peoples from traditional communities. And another issue, the risk that we verify is how will this captured resource be distributed in a fair way? What we understand is that the community should have a better percentage because the community is the one that protects the forest. In the format that exists today, these resources only arrived at the national government, and for indigenous territories, only very little arrives. But at Coiab, we created PODALI, which is the indigenous fund of the Brazilian Amazon, so that Coiab can raise resources through this fund. So it's about creating a strategy. PODALI is an instrument created for the fight of the indigenous people, geared towards the capturing of resources so that they can directly reach territories and organizations from the Brazilian Amazon. We have defended the forests with our own lives. Climate authorities live in the Amazon, and from them we have spirituality, food, and technology. We will continue to protect our territories, generating life for all of humanity. Demarcation now. Demarcation now. The answer is us. And right now we're gonna open the floor to take comments. And first, okay. The first person on my list here is our relative, the great Amazonian woman, Rosemary Arapasso. Where is our round of applause for our relative? She has been young for longer. Our young woman. Good morning, relatives, partners, Coiab, who brought us here. Thank you, Apibi. Well, I would like to start my brief intervention by thanking the opportunity to have women present here. Starting in 2002, I was one of the pioneers within Coiab who started the participation of indigenous women in the Brazilian Amazon through the Department of Indigenous Women within Coiab. Ever since then, our contribution as indigenous women, we had been following this discussion ever since we started discussing the guarantee of our rights formally in the Brazilian Constitution. We followed the discussions of the previous leaders who currently are mostly not here today, women and men. And what strengthens me today, and it strengthens my intervention, my young relatives who are present here, is that I also started in the indigenous movement young, as you are. My undergraduate course, the indigenous movement, my traditional knowledge put together with modern comments brings me the opportunity of speaking today. I'm very emotional in knowing the processes that the indigenous movement has already gone through. We have come a long way. Currently, the entire world, I remember that in Coiab we used to say, and I would always pay attention when the leaders, the men and women, would say, oh, this person in this territory, an elder has passed away. And before they passed away, they said, there will come great droughts. There will come heavy rains where we will lose the control of our plantations, our harvests. We will no longer be able to follow time throughout the day. I'm currently a farmer, I'm currently a craftswoman, and I'm still part of the indigenous women movement. And I feel in my skin when I work the land how much I've lost. I lost my crops where I was getting my income from, relatives harvesting cupuaçu to get the pulp, planting manioc. I lost it. My farm has burned completely. And how many women, how many families went through this? We experienced that in the floods and the droughts. How many families have cried with their children because they no longer have anything to eat? We ran out of fish during the drought. I live in the Amazon region where fish, most of them reproduce in the rivers. And the drought has taken them away. Continuous droughts every year. How can fish multiply? Because the basis of our nutrition is fish every day. So in the name of this tireless fight, relatives and partners most of all, I came back from Acre in the GCF, and I listened to most people there talking about bioeconomy, and I felt the absence of the government of my state in that discussion. There are states that have a government that's present. Often our relatives are taking on these positions, but they're not participating. What's left for us, indigenous peoples, is discussing what's good, how we can do it, and who are our allies. And for us, that's fundamental. I was very happy when the relatives in the initial panel spoke. The intervention by my relative Coiab spoke of important things, and I even wrote down here, and I asked him to compliment later because he spoke very fast. But the guidelines, I believe that later on we're going to have discussions, but it is fundamental. We're not here just to cry. We are here to trace important recommendations and strategies, because in COP30, I'm not going to have space to take a microphone and speak, but someone here officially will need to do that. So it's important that the 9 countries in the Amazon speak the same language. My pain is the pain of my relatives, men and women, young and older. It is our region, our planet, our territory, demarcated or not, and us indigenous peoples who live in urban areas suffer all the same. So I'll conclude by saying, let us be contributors to this new perspective, because we thought that climate change, their impacts would be in 50 years, but it's already happening. So right now, in this moment in time that we're experiencing climate change, we hear a lot about how can we keep on working, what are the strategies we need to use, but we know where to begin. We may lack governments amongst us, but we count on allies and partners who are here to support us. And this makes me feel like we can count on you, our partners who are standing beside us politically supporting, financially supporting, and us in the Brazilian Amazon have the Podali Fund, And I am one of the creators of this fund. I was part of the council, and I experience the importance of Podali working with bigger projects because the sustainability of the territories will be in the medium to long term. And to work in the medium and long term, we need to trace strategies that are medium and long term as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rosie. Such an important speech from this woman that comes from a trajectory that is really long on the indigenous movement of the Amazon, which has its fundamental role as a woman leadership, and especially which has been in this space, even though when we speak about the youth, this is the youth that is here today and tomorrow. We, Alana, we are the fruits of all this work. And I bring here Mariazinha Baré for the next speech. Prepare yourself. Yes, we are paying attention to the time. We have a time for discussion, debate. So when we raise here the plaque, please prepare to finish your speech, okay? Thank you. Everybody is so silent. Well, good morning, my relatives. Buenos dias. I am really happy to be here. Well, my name is Mariazinha Baré. I come from the Amazonias state. I'm part from the Coiab network, and I am in the articulation of the organizations of indigenous people from the Amazonian region. It's a pleasure to be with you. Thank you for the invitation of Coiab. And I would like to say that we are at an important moment. It's so good for us to be here receiving our brothers and sisters from other countries. It is a pleasure to be together with you here and for us to speak about an emblematic theme that is also really important to talk about. Many of our people are in the territories, and sometimes they say they don't even know what is happening. And we have this opportunity now to be able to be here and in other places with our partners, participating even on COP for us to pay attention to everything that is happening. All of the speeches that happened were truly important and they complement themselves. It is important to talk about financing, to review our strategies for action, to see where we have come, what we were able to advance on, what we were not able to advance on, if the strategies are the same or not, if we need to be more radical. As Jesse says, we are going to have to camp on the mining areas. I mean, I'm saying this because I come see a meeting within the Ura territory that is being explored by illegal mining. I'm sorry, she said it low, and I thought I would speak low. Okay, I will go more slowly. It's only 5 minutes, so I got excited. But well, I would like to use this moment as we truly need to have important strategies for us to be able to advance and try to stop things. We have been following this discussion, and I have seen the discussions within COP30 to talk about climate change. Things have changed. Now we talk about more about economy. I mean, everything is within economy. The dialogues, the negotiations, they are all towards the economic aspects. And the main concern that we have is where are the big nations what are the big nations concerned with? Where is their commitment with this humanitarian crisis that ends up causing this climate crisis? Where is the commitment? What we hear is discussions on financing, transition, so on, all of that. And we need to pay attention to this. On financing, of course, it's really important. Here are our partners. We want this to come to us, and so we can truly take this to our territories and then strengthen our financing fund that already exists and many others that will come. This is really important. More than ever, I believe that we indigenous people need to organize ourselves and truly have this indigenous government, one that is strengthened. Unfortunately, the scenario that we live in Brazil, I believe it's not different in your other countries, but we, up until when we will have governments, we can't do that. So that's why we truly need to trace our strategies as indigenous people. I know hermanos talk about nuestro gobierno, our government, but we need to strengthen our governments. Well, that's it. Let's talk, and thank you so much. Thank you, Mariazinha. Come here. And now we like to say that the subscriptions are finished, but don't be sad. And the afternoon we are going to have more. Some people are already subscribed for the afternoon. I mean, we have already placed here the names. Good morning, everyone. My name is Ariabo from the Barachipone people from Mato Grosso, and now I'm here representing the Podali Indigenous Fund of the Brazilian Amazon. And I would like to contribute. I don't want to say about the things that we already know, the major demand that we have for the climate and the duty and the world that we have regarding our territories. But it's just to reflect on the 13% of the national territory that is under our protection. It's our housing that is equivalent to the 13% of the Brazilian territory. This brings a major discussion, demand, and a solution to this discussion, to this global discussion. What I would like to bring to you, however, I'm thinking about this indigenous population, indigenous people, of the 350 people, more than 350 people throughout these territories in many segments. And I would like to focus on the youth, the engagement of the youth within this discussion. We know that the future is now, but young people also need to be engaged on this discussion, or else our fight will end up being vulnerable as we do not have the participation of the youth as it should be. That's why I bring to you the arrangements of how we will be ready to truly discuss things on this important space that will give visibility for the many actions of this process that we perform. So that is what I would like to bring this contribution here, thinking about this. What is the mechanism by which we are going to effectively participate on this COP30? That's why we need to be engaged on this discussion, or else it will be only through speech, and it won't reach the edge as we want it to go. And that is the role for all of us on this discussion. That's it. Let's go together firmly on this fight, as the protagonism is ours and the answer is us. Thank you so much. Thank you. Now let's hear Marquinhos Darpique. from Arpique. Later on, Nema, the Vice President of Confiniai. Good morning, everyone. My name is Marquinhos Carajá. I'm from the Carajá people. I am the president of the Articulation of Indigenous People from Tocantins. I would like to, as we are on this event, to have this major proportion, which is Coiab, well, I would like to say that I am an optimistic person, but I'm really sad here. It was even sad here, the discussion on the carbon credit, Red Plus. The Tocantins state is one of those who are performing the consultation with indigenous people. The jurisdiction is discussing on this, but we need to pay attention to what is happening now. We are discussing the red, which is for the reduction of the climate, and then when we are discussing this, then they give a license to explode a mine that is close to a river where it will impact everyone overall on human life. It doesn't make sense. Discuss something, the state is already approving something else. So when I look at things, we need to look and fight for something that is real, or else it's something that is confusing. When we look at the resource for the plantation, it's higher than recovering degraded areas. So you see people talking about something and doing another. This is the moment for us to talk about this, so the government understands that if you want to make things work, okay, so make an investment. So when you look that one resource is bigger than the other, it's complicated, and such issues. When we talk about the climate, we have been suffering for so long with that. When we talk about indigenous economy, this is really concerning, as most of our people are already losing their seeds. They're losing everything that can protect themselves. So we also need to create something to protect our natural seeds, as it is complicated. Previously, you would plant yucca and would leave it there from 1 year to another. Now with 15 days, it's no longer there anymore. So we truly need to look. When we are discussing at the red there, and then you see that there is a repartition of benefits, 50% for the state, 20 for agribusiness, and 20 for indigenous people. So it doesn't make sense to us. We also request the support of our technicians from Coiab, PB, to support us on the clarifications of this. When we look at it technically, it seems that crime is something that is better to be done. Now we see that most of our territory is an indigenous reserve, and 75.8% is for the indigenous reserve, and 24 something is the rest of the state. And when we see our benefit is smaller than others, so it doesn't make sense for us. It seems that those who have killed things are the ones who are going to receive more. That's it. I would like to thank you all who came from other places. We know it's difficult, especially those who come from other countries. It's very tiresome. So truly thank you all for being here. Thank you, Coiab, for organizing this. You have always been here. We have never forgotten this. So thank you so much, everyone. Thank you, Nema. Our Vice President Nema from Confiniai, Ecuador. Please, those who come to the front, present your organization, your state, or country, as we are at an international event, so please help for our rapporteurs. Did you guys understand? Say where you came from, the state, okay, and the country. Good morning. My name is Nema Grefa. I'm from Zapara, from Ecuador, and I represent the Vice Presidency of Confiniai from Ecuador. Well, good morning, everyone, to all of you who are here, the authorities, leaderships. Receive my welcome on behalf of Confiniai, our president. Thank you so much for the invitation, for such a space. We are here participating, and well, what is happening in each country and region of the Amazon is that we have different cases as indigenous people, and each process is being taken to our territory. We, as indigenous people, are the defenders. We are the ones that are living in our territories, those that take care of our lands. This is where our bases are, our leaderships, our knowledges. And we are, for us, the life, the territory, the forest, is a space for life, and that is why we need to protect this land, and it's on this fight that we are. But the state wants to exploit our territory. We have made a decision. The resource that is in our territory needs to stay there. Since we are the ones who are there, the state will not intervene. That's where the children are, the youth, the elderly, and that's why we as leaderships, as spokespeople, we need to defend our territory. We belong to this leadership. We need to be present within this territory, taking care of it. I would like to leave this message to you. Thank you so much for this space that was supplied to us, where indigenous people are in a union. If we are not united, the state will look at indigenous people when we see fights and criticism and complaints, and that's not the idea. We need to be united. We need to have the strength at our base. Thank you so much for this space. I'm hearing what my colleagues here are proposing from the knowledge, the process of fighting. Thank you so much. I won't speak further. We'll be here sharing our knowledges as indigenous people. Thank you so much, my hermana. Rui, he is the president of Machipá from Acre. A show of hands for him. And soon, Cristo, it's not Christ the Redeemer, it's Christ from Coapima, Maranhão.
Good morning, relatives. My name is Rui Montanelli. I'm from the state of Acre, and I'm currently coordinating an organization by the name of Machupaha from the Acre Indigenous Movement. I'm a bit nervous. I won't speak for long, but I hope that the things I say here make sense for the indigenous peoples who are also part of the 9 countries of the Amazon Basin and also of the Brazilian Amazon. Because in theory, we are one of the most important groups in the world, because most of the biodiversity that stems from preservation comes from the Amazon. And here we have been fighting ever since the year 500. We were over 5 million indigenous peoples. And now we are only 700,000 people. So look at how many indigenous peoples were killed during the colonization process. And this process is not over. There are many violent processes happening right now, including in the legislative, executive, and judiciary branches. We are saying that the answer is us, and we also are talking about the demarcation of indigenous land. But when we look at the news, we see that the federal government wants to explore the Amazon River, creating conflict with an organization that defends the environment, which is IBAMA. And we also see the federal Senate and the House of Representatives wanting to loosen environmental licensing. And I'm not even talking about the land demarcation questioning of what is provided for in the Constitution, because we have a constitution that provides for the demarcation of indigenous land, which is not being respected. So we see a state that is not active in indigenous communities when it comes to public policies. We have indigenous public policies, but we also have anti-indigenous policies that are being implemented. And that's what I wanted to say, because we talked about the NDCs and what was the real commitment of the countries that are part of the Paris Agreement that were actually implemented. We talk a lot about the reduction of greenhouse gas emission, of deforestation, but which country actually obeys the Paris Agreement? If in our country indigenous territories are being attacked, we have a very high violence rate. And I, as a young indigenous leader, I see indigenous leaders joining criminal organizations, because our territories in the Amazon are also bordering the countries of the Amazon basin, which are drug trafficking routes and where many other crimes happen, including within indigenous communities. And the young leaders, which are the answer for the present and also for the future, are being co-opted by criminal organizations. They're killing each other in indigenous territories, and they're also maintaining and strengthening criminal organizations, increasing the violence rate inside indigenous communities. And I'm not even talking about killings. I'm talking about no longer having our territory. We went through a very aggressive assimilation process in the state, within the state, where people wanted to integrate the indigenous peoples with the society of the state. So I wanted to make a proposal for us to do these agreements in accordance to the demands of each country in the Amazon basin, but also in Brazil, and that in these agreements our reality appears, because there are public policies that work when we want to implement them. Because the federal government, the state government do not implement them because they don't want to. There is a reason. We have indigenous schools, we have indigenous health, we have the PNGAD, the National Policy of Territorial and Environmental Management in indigenous land, which includes territorial protection, like Kleber, the Coiab coordinator at APIB, talked about territorial protection and monitoring. So doing these NDCs according to the existing public policy, so that we can put pressure on the government. Because if we don't, we won't go anywhere. So let us leave here with these agreements, but also with strategies to pressure the state governments. We have the Ministry of Indigenous Peoples, so the indigenous people also needs to, the indigenous ministry also needs to impact the NDCs, because if we don't preserve indigenous life, we won't have a future, because the billionaires are already going to space. They have money to perhaps explore a different planet, but do we have the money to take all indigenous peoples out of Earth? We don't. So that's why we need to respond. Thank you, Rui. Where is Cristo? And the next person is going to be Cirito Aluema, so get ready. Good morning, all. And I'll speak some English. Good morning, guys. It's an honor to be here. I'm Cristo Reis Guajajara from the state of Maranhão. I am from Coiab, and I'd like to thank, for example, first and foremost, Tupã Zaneron for giving me life. I'd like to thank our coordinator, Márcia Guajajara, an example for the state of Maranhão. And I'd also like to thank Toya, the Coiab coordinator. I'm Coapima, I'm Coiab, and I'm also Apibi. My contribution here is for us to be more outward looking, because what happens is we often talk about the rights of indigenous peoples and focus too much in guaranteeing these rights and how these rights are important for us indigenous peoples, because they are, and the territory is important for us. However, I believe we need to say that our knowledge, and to make people aware that our knowledge benefits them. For example, what a non-indigenous people that lives in Brasilia will be impacted, how they will be impacted with the non-demarcation of indigenous land. We should try and talk more about this, because the public power prioritizes what the general audience, what the global community thinks is important. So guaranteeing women's rights is important. Well, when people think it is, that's how it's prioritized. And I think we need to talk more about how much the guarantee of our rights impacts non-indigenous peoples who live in capitals, who perhaps never saw an indigenous person and perhaps never will. But how will they be benefited? That's important. And in parallel, we should also work in our territories, because often what my friend, I forgot his name, Rui said, happens a lot in our territories. And while we're here discussing the importance of guaranteeing our rights and the rights of indigenous peoples and saying that we are the answer, we are the solution, within the territories there is an invasion and an attack where they try and tell our communities and our populations that that is a waste of time protecting the environment, and it's a waste of time to fight and to try and preserve, and then the government discourages everyone to keep on fighting. So it's important for us to work on that within our territories in parallel, and I take advantage of this moment to also thank beforehand our partners, our friends, and ask you to keep doing that, to keep supporting us. And to conclude, I have a few questions, and I wanted you to answer my questions to yourself. How much is worth an hour of life? How much an hour of life is worth? How much would you pay for an additional hour of life? How much is worth an hour of clean oxygen? I want to ask for those who were in Manaus when the air was covered in smoke. And for people who are thirsty, how much is a glass of cold water worth? If you can't breathe, if your lungs can no longer breathe, if you're suffocating, how much is oxygen worth? So I'll ask a simpler question. How much does it cost for you to wash your car? In my city, about 50 reais up until 100 reais. What is the price of a bag of rice? About 180 to 200 reais. And how much it is to remove mosquitoes or plagues from your land? How much is that? And now I'll ask the final question. Why is it that us indigenous people work so hard to keep the air clean, and why are we not paid? Because those who produce rice get paid, right? If you produce soy, you get paid. They deforest and they destroy and they get paid. But us indigenous people protect the springs to guarantee that everyone has access to water, and we're not compensated for that. And this causes agribusiness to tell us that this is a waste of time. You're not getting paid, so I will get your land, I'll take your land, and then I'll plant soy, and I'll give you this much a month. Or I'll take part of your land and put my livestock to be fed on your land, and then I'll pay you. So that's my question. Why is it that we clean the air, we protect biodiversity, we guarantee that people have access to water so that they don't go thirsty, and why are we not compensated for that? And to conclude, there is a theory that in the future there will be a minimum basic income because the evolution of technology may make people may put people out of work. So I believe that we could perhaps think in the same way. How can we give financial value, because it's all about the economy, to actually measure and say how much these things are worth? Thank you very much. Thank you, relative. And I will also ask a question. How much is your life worth? How much are the lives of indigenous peoples worth? And based on that, we can think about agribusiness, you can think about the labor market, we can think about power plants, and try and think about who is more impactful to our society. Will society choose indigenous peoples? That is why the campaign the answer is us. Because while people don't see us, we need to yell, we're here. And while we're here, the planet will remain here. But once we're no longer here, the planet will no longer exist. So that is our importance. Based on the questions that my relative asked for us to reflect, I will invite Cirito, and I emphasize relatives, please listen to the translation because he will be speaking in English. And after him, José Valentim from Bolivia.
Hello, good morning. Bom dia, buenos dias, gramorgo, baralas mawa sweet odi. Good morning, everybody. My name is Cirito Yana Aluma. I'm the International Affairs of the Organization of Indigenous People in Suriname. And I'm here to represent my people and also the whole Amazon within. I want to thank the G9 who actually listened to us, that finally we have a voice. I'm talking about the Guyanas, about the whole Guyana shield. And that's why we are here. We are here to protect who? We are here to protect, I am here to protect my family. I'm here to protect my mother, my wife, my children. That's why we are here. And I think that all of us are here to protect the same thing that we love, the same thing that we value, the same thing that everybody has in his body, a heart. And we have a heart for the Amazon. And if I'm talking about the Amazon, it's not only the forest, it's everything within the forest. And I'm thinking about the people that are not here, about the isolated people, about the recent contacted people who really want to speak out because they are the purest one that know how to live without energy, that how to live without everything that we have here, a projection, light, etc. They are living the life how we supposed to live our lives on this earth, to love Mother Earth. And that's why we are here to protect Mother Earth. All of these things all together accumulate something, and this something made hatred, made violence, made everything that exists now in this world. Because they are fighting to plant more soya beans, to have oil to cook. They are planting, they want to take all of our castaña to make oil, to put on their face, to have makeup. And they are stealing, they are taking, they are cutting down our trees, they are destroying us. They are destroying, they are taking our lungs, they want to sell our lungs. You know, they want to take all of the wood and sell it to the richest. But we cannot sell our lung, because if we sell our lung, how will we breathe? How will we continue to live? Impossible. Então, parentes, eu estou aqui.
So relatives, I'm here as a relative as well. I am here because I'm thinking about my daughter. She's back home without us, without her father, because we're fighting together. It's been almost 2 weeks since I have been out of my home. She misses us and we miss her. So I'm not here to fight against you. I am here because we are the answer. We are the answer. Thank you, relatives. Thank you, Cirito. José Valentim Muibas from Bolivia. Good morning, everyone. My name is José Valentim Muiba. I'm from the Mojeño peoples in Bolivia. And I'm here representing the Confederation of Nations, of the 34 nations, through the 14 regionals present in 7 departments and with 207 municipalities. I greet you all in the name of Justo Molina Barranco, my president, and the directorate, that because of political reasons and this damned politics that we're talking about, the petty power and people who are trying to take advantage of this so-called progress that destroys us and our territory. Us as indigenous peoples in Bolivia, those of you who look at the map, you will see all of the points where our indigenous peoples reside. We talk about a total of indigenous territories that correspond to 20 million titled lands, but there's no legal guarantee. They're not respected. But we also have the protected areas, which are about 30 million. Added to this, we have the national parks, which are compatible with indigenous peoples, and we're talking about 67 million hectares that we are protecting, including indigenous peoples, indigenous territories, protected areas, and national parks. This is the dispute we're engaged on with the government. Now, our nation, like any other state, has a dispute for power, for politics. And people who act not in good faith, but we need to recognize or we need to sign international treaties. We have human rights treaties. We have Convention 169, which in Bolivia was ratified as a law, 1257. We also have the Declaration
on the rights of indigenous people from the UN, which is also a law, Law 3760, that was rectified. Apart from that, we rectified the agreement of American states. We have all norms established in Bolivia. Unfortunately, our authorities, those who administer each one of the structures, do not respect us. That is why when we are here, I would like to use this moment to thank Coiab, Opiac, for creating this group. Up until yesterday, we were trying to solve the Coica subject, but talking about of which unit we're talking about, I didn't even have the opportunity to talk about this. What is the unit? We lack education for our leaders, and they need to be taught that. Our situation in Bolivia, bringing here this theme of the defense of natural resources, adaptation of the environment, the climate subject, we have seen that there are many legal procedures, and in Bolivia, in 2010, there was the approval of Law 300, the Mother Earth Law. And in its Article 32, Paragraph 5, it states that we can't negotiate or sell carbon titles. And we, through a maneuver, this article was approved, and now everyone is interested on these carbon credits without having an established norm. But we indigenous people are not in agreement, as it all goes to the government and state, and we are the ones who take care of the territory. We receive nothing. It's a war. So we try to have this opening, but the government always absorb it. So we, as partners of the Amazon basin, and I would like to thank Coiab for that, our partners from the Global Alliance, Opiaki, that have allowed us to present our complaints, but also to make proposals. Many times when we say that many are the cultures, as it happened in Brasília, many would say 20% when we talk about resources for indigenous people, 80% for the state. Why is that? Why do they have this privilege? It needs to be the contrary. I have here the courage to provoke them. May it be the contrary. We are the ones who are truly defending things. We talked about the youth here. How much is it to have 1 minute of our life? This is the proposal. That's my provocation. For Apibi, Coiab. That's what I would like to do, to propose this at COP. Another issue is direct investment. Actually, the inversion for health. It's a direct investment for health, education. We also have forest guards, technologies, and in this case, a political participation within this scenario where we need to be present as indigenous people. So that's what I would like to bring here, Toya. 20% for states, 80% for indigenous people. Another issue is how to take all of this there. Toya, I would like this to be written, and I want the norms to be established and applied in Bolivia, and also practice for them to not be an initiative only. They should be applied. That's what I would like to be reflected on here when you perform the conclusions. Oh, great. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. But my relatives, thank you so much for your reflections. It's really important to discuss all of that, and I invite all of you to continue with the same spirit of debate. This is an important moment that happens on this pre-COP, this Indigenous COP, which is to bring such debates and reflections from what you are living in your territories, organizations, states, and also countries. From here, we're going to make an important document. That's why it's necessary for you to bring what is happening in your territory, in your organization, in your base organization, and also in your country. And all of that is so we together can bring only one voice and say the answer is us. But what are these answers? Who's going to say it is you. You to the Brazilian states, to your countries, to the supporters, and to the partners. Keep on doing this debate. Your voice here is fundamental to create this document that will be delivered to the rulers. Thank you so much. I would like to invite you all for lunch. Cristo, if you can hear perform a song before going to lunch, I would like to reinforce our time. We are finishing now, and we are going to come back at 2. All of you who are here, lunch is for everyone here on the R floor. We're going to finish up our reflection, and then we're going to have a song for us to go to lunch. Cristo, come here. He is the Christ of our movement. So we have our own person here. So I would like to invite you all to stand up with us. Let's stretch our legs. I'm going to sing a song, a happy song for us in this event, and I would like you, for you to feel, even though you don't understand, you're going to feel this song, you can feel at ease. We're all happy to be here talking about such good things. I would like to tell you there are two things that happen in our life when we talk about what will change the future of people, or which will change our future. Two things. What is it, Cristo? What is it, Cristo? First, we are beautiful. And secondly, we are happy. Look at me. I'm going to prove it to you. Do you want me to prove it to you? Look next to you. You're going to see a beautiful person smiling happily. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you. You can all go for lunch. At 2, you come back to our auditorium. Those who arrive late will sing something. We'll have to dance here. Someone explain to them what is a prenda. You're going to pay for being late. If you arrive late, I'm going to call you per delegation, okay? You already know, arrive on time at 2 p.m. Have an excellent lunch.
please come up front. Relatives, let's invite our delegations. If someone from your state isn't here, please message them to come back. We already have some people who want to speak in this afternoon. We're going to talk about the Indigenous NDC, what we want from that dialogue. From the Indigenous NDC, we're going to talk about the COP30 context. Relatives, in order for us to begin our afternoon program, I will ask whoever wants to sing a song or dance. As soon as we have more people here, would anyone like to volunteer to sing a song? And inviting our peoples back, message your relatives and say that we are recommencing the afternoon program. DJ, someone's asking us to switch things up in the music. Someone wants us to play crazy rock. I don't know what that means, but where are the people from the state of Amazonas, Beiradão, in Pará, Carimbó? Who here is from Acre? Where are the Acre songs? Is it forró? What are the regional songs of your territory, Patricia? Okay. Very diverse. Gather around, relatives. The earlier we recommence, the earlier we can conclude, so that everyone can rest. They're trying to play crazy rock, but they're saying that's not the crazy rock they meant. I think Claudia knows. Let's go. Where are the Apian and Apoyampi, Apigi leaders? Coapima, Fepipa, Fepoichi, Indigenous Acre movement, Podali. Where are the leaders from Apoimi, Api Southeast, Api South, Coiab, Terena Council? Where are our G9 leaders, our IDECEP leaders? FOAG, OIs, Orpia, Opiac, Gatsi. Gather round. Where are our partners? Gather round. Come on, leaders. Good afternoon, relatives. Gather around. Please come on up, take your seats. We're gonna begin in 5 minutes. Where are our council members from Podali? Where are our Coiab leaders? Come on, if you could message the relatives who are still not here so that they can come back to our plenary session for us to recontinue our afternoon's program. Come on. I know the afternoon tends to be a bit slower, but we're committed. So the people in the back, relatives, if you could please message the people who are in the same delegations as you so that we don't run too late in our program. We have an afternoon filled with debates, technical debates that will require a lot of attention. There are many people in the hallway. If you're outside, please, Alex, can you go get the people who are out in the hall? The GP Vit, can you help us? The guardians, the GP Vit guardians, please help bring people back into the auditorium because we still don't have 20% here. We haven't even reached 20% of our capacity here. So it's a long way until we reach 80%. Right, relatives? That's right, that's what I'm saying. If you want 80%, we need to have 80% of the people here in the auditorium. Message in the groups and say we're about to begin. So Marquinhos from RP is joining us. Gather round. You're late, Marquinhos. Oh, you were fetching your translation radio? Okay, so you're forgiven. What's wrong? Leaders, gather around. If you're still outside, please enter the auditorium. I ask the help of our guardians, the GP VIT, to go fetch our leaders. If you want 80%, we need to have 80% of the people here at the plenary. We have the Coiab coordinator here. So the people are arriving. And I'll soon start naming names. And if you are late, if you're not here, you'll have to pay a penalty. The guardians of the forest from I'm not gonna say that, coordinator. Warriors. Arpide warriors. Are they really warriors? I ask the help of the people outside. Please bring our leaders inside the auditorium. We're about to begin. Gather around, indigenous peoples. Would you like to request any songs? Can someone sing a song? Gather around, relatives. Please take your seats. Come on in, you can talk later.
Apoiam, PACT, Coiab. Oh, she's already there. She's at the back. Welcome, everyone. Demetrio. Who else is outside? Come in so we can begin. Do you have any song for the opening if you want to? No? Okay, thank you. No, she does not want to sing. Relatives, partners, indigenous and non-indigenous people, please, you can now occupy these spaces in the front. You can come here, even though there is a name tag, you can sit there, or else you will all stay at the back sleeping. Then how are we going to work on the NDC if you're all sleeping at the back? We have things to do. Come on, partners, leaderships. Come to the front. We have chairs here. They're all empty. We are all here, united in only one voice. The answer is us. It's not one person, it's us. Who will sing right now? Come here. And Raimundo Yanawa. And Cristo too. Come on, Cristo, Yanawa. You said you were from the youth and now you are no longer. Decide yourself. Are you young or old? Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Raimundo Yanoa. I'm from the Yanaya people from Acre. I will sing to open the afternoon for us on the first day of the pre-COP. And here I go. This song is a happy song. You can clap your hands. It's really easy one. I am Ariabo from the Achipone people. In my people, we have this song that talks about people, what they do that is important, and on the song, we place the most important things that this warrior, this chief will do. It introduces it in the song, and this brings the important things that happen on the village. And I will sing here just for us to be more strong within this moment. Thank you so much. It's a warrior man, Julapare, in the Barachipone people. Thank you to our warriors that have performed some songs to begin our afternoon program. Are you well? Yes? Strengthened? Have you eaten well? Are you ready now to think, to put your brains to work? Now it's a more technical moment for us to have our debates calmly, with clarity, and I will invite our relative, Alana, that will now make the invitations for the afternoon. Let me see if you have learned. Warriors, what is your mission? Warriors, what is your mission? Sorry, I'm even made a mistake here. Warriors, what is your mission? Fight for this land and win demarcation. Isn't it? Right? Thank you. Demarcation now. Demarcation now. We need to be strong. Demarcation now. Now. Okay, good. Thank you, Arielle. A show of hands for her. Before we begin our debates, remember that some people have already registered to speak. We are going to have 2 moments in the afternoon, but for us to begin very strongly, we would like to bring the context of indigenous children. So we'd like to request the support of the technical team to put up a video of the Manifesto of Indigenous Children with COP30. Could you help with the lighting? We indigenous children of the Amazon share the climate authority that comes from our ancestors. Our voice should be heard and respected. Hear our call. We are the future, the present, and now. Our ancestors have taught us to hear the nature, and now we request other adults to hear us. We are hearing your world crumbling. And you, can you hear us? We want a clean water without pollution. We do not want our rivers to be dirtied with oil. Our fight is not only ours, but of everyone. Our time is now. The land is our mother and it needs to be taken care of. We are children, we are resistance. The answer is us. The answer is us. The answer is us. The answer is us. A show of hands for our children. So even our indigenous children have been bringing their manifest the importance of the participation of all actors, climate authorities, and indigenous children are also climate authorities. This is a video, a manifest that we have delivered to Minister Marina Silva and Sonia Guajajara, and children will also be at the COP30. They have their rights, and they are also being harmed by climate change, and they need to fight for their territory. We from the indigenous movement learned to fight ever since we are small, ever since the first meetings. The children have been doing that on the Freeland camp, and this is a memory that we now have the Café Parentinho tent in all movements that we participate. Children can also learn about the movement, fighting. So another show of hands for our indigenous children. And I also would like to say that we strengthen the participation of mothers that take their children to our activities, and it's really important for us to give this support to them so we can have all actors and authorities participating. Now, to begin our program, we are going to open the panel. Do you all have the program? Okay, following our program, we are going to have a panel talking about the context of COP30 and the Paris Agreement. We talk about the technical and political aspects, what has affected indigenous people, what is this Paris Agreement. We are going to have the participation of some partners that are here with us. So, who has the interpretation device? We are going to have relatives that will speak other languages apart from Portuguese. So those who did not get their interpretation devices, please do so. And I will request you, when you speak, if you will not be seated, please go to the middle so our broadcast is beautiful. And those who are speaking seated, okay, but if you do standing, go to the middle. So do you all have your interpretation devices? We are trying to speak more slowly so that our international relatives can hear us. Please remember this. Speak slowly. This is also for us to speak more slowly so that everyone can understand and we can build this unity in thoughts. On our panel, we are going to have international participants too. I would like to thank the participation of all the leaderships on behalf of the Executive Coordination of Coiab. I would like to use this moment now. And we are going strongly. We had the video of children bringing their energy, their vitality, and we are going to salute everyone here with the same energy, okay? Are you all happy, excited? So now I would like to invite our relative from the Quechua people, Gisela, from the stand IRT, that will be on this panel. I would like to invite our relative from the French Guiana, Jocelyn from Coiab, to talk about the COP30. Please come here to the front. I would like to invite our relative from Opiaki, Patricia Soares. I would like to invite our coordinator from FEPIPA, Ronaldo Amanaye. A show of hands for him. I also would like to invite the president of the National Foundation of Indigenous People, Joana Wapichana. And also I would like to invite our representative from the Amazon basin in Coiab, Angela Cachuiana. And I also would like to use this moment to say that when our coordinator from APIB arrives, Kleber, to also come to the front. Please, technical team, when Kleber comes, please tell us. Right now, we are going to begin with our panel, the context of COP30. You can all put on the other screen, please. So I would like to invite. We are here mixing things up to see who is going to speak first. Oh, great. Our president from FUNAI. So this panel now on the context of COP30, Paris Agreement, to talk about this context. So now I would like to invite the FEPIPA coordinator, Ronaldo Amanaye, to talk about the state of Pará context, but as a host of COP30. A show of hands for him, please. Good afternoon. I hope you're all well. Ronaldo Amanaye, Executive Coordinator of FEPIPA for Coordination of the States of Pará. It's an honor to be here representing this important moment, and it's at the same time a challenging thing. Well, the host of COP30, it seems to be something so big. It is actually a responsibility considering the structure of our state.
And I'm here in the name of our president of articulators, Concitação Pré. I would like to greet all women in the name of our Coiab coordinator, Toya. I'd like to greet all men, warriors present here today. So very briefly, we have been discussing some demands when it comes to our participation as indigenous peoples from the state of Pará, from Amazonia, from Brazil, and all over the world. As was said here, COP30 is not a COP of the Brazilian peoples or the Amazon peoples. It is a COP that involves all representations, and it should involve our indigenous representation. We have had some experiences with movements, like for example, the Amazonian dialogues, where we spoke of ourselves to ourselves and amongst ourselves, where the authorities didn't even agree to meet Raoni, who went in a mission articulated with Coiab, APIB. He stayed in the Igarapés Park with us, and he wanted to meet the authorities who were in the Amazon dialogues. And he was blocked from doing that, right, President? He was not received by the state authorities who were there. So at that time, we spoke of ourselves, to ourselves, amongst ourselves, and we cried in each other's shoulders. And this is a demand that we have been discussing, and we even created a group that still hasn't worked, and time is passing, but I think that with this event, the group will start working for us to organize our participation. The Ministry of Indigenous Peoples has a program which is the Relatives COP, which will be going to the territories, and I have some information that was disseminated for our relatives in other regions, like for example, registering for COP is only for those who have a passport. That was information that we received, and that's very concerning for us. But on the other hand, we also know that uh, the COP is not according to the Brazilian or the state of Pará law, but that it is according to international treaties. But this is concerning for us, and we made requests related to this with the government of the state, with the Ministry of Indigenous Peoples, and we have been dialoguing and trying to understand how the participation of our peoples could happen. What would be the spaces for dialogue during the COP, and at what time would we have the opportunity to speak and to somehow leave there with a signed agreement in this process. We had the Week of Indigenous Peoples in the city of Belém last April, and in a moment where we had a discussion, including with our president of FUNAI, we had some comments from the plenary that attacked governors and politicians in the state, and there is a problem with the government of the state, a political tension, especially in the capital. And that's when I got the mic and said, we need to organize ourselves to go to COP30, not to fight amongst ourselves or to stage a protest, because we have the free land camp, which is our place to protest. So we need to discuss strategies to come up to the authorities and to somehow bring results to our territories. We need this. We have some treaties that were signed in these big events. We have the Cancun safeguards, we have the Paris Agreement, and many other international agreements. And our concern is that currently we don't have concrete information. We know that some organizations have gathered with the COP president, for example, but we still don't have a real official agenda, and we don't know how many indigenous peoples from Brazil and from other countries will participate in the COP. The registration issue, we had discussed it, and we thought we could perhaps have a specific type of registration for indigenous peoples. We also asked that we could have a guaranteed structure that would guarantee the logistics for the housing and the feeding of our relatives, and this project was done by the government of the state. The government of the state sent it here, but it has been filed in the chief of staff's office. It was a project that would house 2,000 people during the COP, I think. So that's the project, I think. It would be a logistical structure by the name of COP Village, where we would house all of our relatives in the same space. And we still don't have answers. We had a meeting that wasn't very good between the minister, the Secretariat of State for Indigenous Peoples, the vice governor, because that is our concern. And we are also doing awareness raising with our relatives to say that the COP30 event is not a free land camp, which is planned to receive 5,000 people, and then we have relatives from abroad, and when we realize we have 8,000 people there, that's not what's going to happen. We have rules that are guided by international law. The space belongs to the UN. It is managed by the UN. So we have many concerns, and we even officialize them because we have been waiting for results of this process. We can't leave COP30 as if it was just any other event, as if it was the World Social Forum where we speak to ourselves and amongst ourselves. I think it's a starting point. Even though we have many discussions, I don't see an alignment, a more concrete alignment of how our participation in that space is going to happen. And we have been making requests. We just made a new request to the government of the state, but we can't, as the state of Pará, think about a structure of participation just for ourselves. Where will the people from Pará be housed? How we will be fed? No, we need to think about indigenous peoples from Brazil and from all over the world, because it's a historical moment and we need to coordinate well to bring COP to a region that is very complex in terms of lodging, in terms of traffic and movement of people. It will be a huge challenge. No one is expecting that the Belém COP is going to be the one that happened in Egypt or in Dubai or in Baku with mega structures. It's going to be challenging. But if you have been participating in the Freeland camp for a long time, you know that this is nothing for us. We're going to overcome all of these challenges, and we count on the participation of our relatives. And a lot has been said about the fact that we need to deal with the indigenous COP. We should perhaps do our event in parallel, and it's important that we can propose an event where we would call the attention of the global media, of the global authorities about the indigenous issues, because this is a situation that has not been sorted out, and we see that very well, and this is concerning for us because we have in the government of the state, we see that there are demands, but this has been funneled into meeting the demands of the state of Pará. But we want all relatives' demands to be met so that the same thing that happened in the Amazonian dialogues happened. Because if you were there, you know what that was like. So we need to align and we need to leave here with some things decided, to seek out a strategy to occupy that space and with a lot of responsibility. And in my opinion, and in the opinion of many chiefs I talked to in my state, we should not think about signs or protests. We need to think and execute concrete agreements so that these authorities take responsibility for many of the demands that the Amazon has and that Brazil has and that so many other countries have. So to conclude, I won't speak here about issues of our territories, and we can't think that COP30 will be the panacea, will be the solution to all of our problems. But we need to become organized to have a different COP, because if it is in the Amazon, it needs to be diverse, it needs to be plural and inclusive, and there's no inclusion without our participation. Because if a chief of state, like for example the one from China, if he is an authority, we are also authorities in our territories. Thank you. Thank you very much, Ronaldo. And I would now like to pass the floor to our president of FUNAI, Joênia Wapichana. A round of applause. Thank you very much, Alana. I would like to greet everyone. Good afternoon. And it's very nice to see you again. And to be here with leaders from the Brazilian Amazon, and I would like to greet you all in the name of Toya Machinelli, our coordinator, and also to greet all indigenous women in the name of Angela, Valeria, Ariane, so many. Well, I want you all to feel my hug, and it is very timely. Just let me know when I have 5 minutes left, because otherwise I'll speak for an hour. This conversation is very timely because we need to demystify some situations, like our relative just said. There are many things for those who will be attending a COP for the first time that perhaps don't meet your expectations. Perhaps sometimes you go to an event thinking we're going to leave with our land demarcated, and this can happen with an ongoing project for your organizations, and that can happen, and perhaps the issues may be solved. But I would like to contribute to this discussion and to the topic of the panel. And I will agree with the concerns that were voiced here because a COP follows UN rules, but I would also like to contribute because I know that some informations, for example, in the Ministry of Indigenous Peoples, which has been going around the entire country doing the COP relatives, we are disseminating some pieces of information. And you were there in Belém saying that they're trying to find 1,000 lodging spaces, not only for Brazil, but globally for official delegates. And we have two important spaces in a COP. We don't, for those of you who don't know, we have the blue zone, and which is more restricted, and that's the one where you need a passport, even if you're Brazilian, because the blue zone is where we will have the negotiators, that is, the parties, the representatives from the countries, and they will discuss the topics that the COPs discuss to sign an agreement at the end of the event. And that's why we have a security control. It's very strict. You need to have a special delegate name tag, and you need to register within a specific deadline, and it's very bureaucratic. The blue zone is more rigid, but we also have the green zone where most of the people, it's not that it's not secured or controlled, but you don't need to have like a passport. It's not as strict as the blue zone. And there you can have side events to show the work that we do, to try and raise awareness, and that's common. It's more flexible, but you also need to register. It's not that anyone can attend, but I would like to collaborate by clarifying this because sometimes we repeat information, and when we get there are people who want to go in, and then there's no authority, there's no Toya or Joania that can let you in to the blue zone if you're not registered. And then the Paris Agreement. As you know, the COP has been discussed, especially when it comes to climate change. Climate change are the key words. Climate change. Ever since ECO 92, when here in Brazil, the parties came together concerned about global warming. We had there several initiatives to create agreements, and one of them was the Framework Convention on Climate Change. And there, several points of interest were discussed. What is the percentage of heat the planet can still take, and several topics related to climate change. But only 3 years later, after ECO 92, in 1995, we had the first COP, and ever since 1995, we have had 30 COPs. That's why it's COP 30. And in one of those COPs happened in 2015 in France, in Paris, and that is why it's called the Paris Agreement. And on that COP in 2015, we recognized some very important things. And along general lines, because it's a topic that involves everybody, and climate change is not just the concern of indigenous peoples. It's the concern of everyone, regardless of color, ethnicity, class, gender. And it is in everyone's best interest, including rich and industrialized countries, because the world found out that they are the ones who pollute the most. But the weight they had in terms of influence made us be unfairly impacted, the developing countries. So it is also a discussion about the economy. And then, us indigenous peoples, we have collaborated to try and contain global warming, but we have not been recognized. So the Paris COP was the place where some important things were recognized, especially the role of indigenous peoples in protecting the environment and also in fighting climate change. We have mentioned this many times. Sometimes the shamans say this very clearly, that if humans do not change the way they deal with the earth, we're going to burn. And we are currently literally burning with the hot sun, suffering the impacts of drought in the state of Amazonas. We had never imagined that the Amazon River would dry up, and it is drying. Or in the state of Rio Grande do Sul, where we had never had a problem with floods, we now do. And the seasons are becoming increasingly confusing. Nobody knows when the rainy period starts, when it ends. So the indigenous peoples have drawn everyone's attention to this for many years, and we are increasingly vulnerable because we are dependent on the earth, on the biodiversity, on our crops, and this was recognized in the Paris Agreement. It recognized the important role of indigenous peoples. It included some references, for example, in terms of human rights. This was very important because it recognized some rights that have already been recognized internationally, like the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, a very important declaration that included some safeguards like previous free and informed consent, the right to participate, to have their land demarcated, of having access to social policies, a series of rights that we are aware of, but that weren't recognized at the time. And it was also recognized that indigenous peoples would have a right to participate in the COPs. And we have this interest in engaging in these discussions. And then we also created the platform of local communities and indigenous peoples. And this space is extremely important. If you have participated in the COPs, you also participated in the Indigenous Caucus. That moment before the meetings during the COP gather to discuss strategically what are our spaces of intervention, what is our position about a specific negotiation point in terms of mitigation, loss and damages, climate financing, where does the money go, where is it coming from, that type of discussion that usually occurs within a conference of the parties, which is COP. So this platform serves to create a place to share knowledge, and including traditional knowledge, because they recognize that indigenous peoples can also hold the solution to fight climate change.
We have important points that are precisely the participation in discussions, traditional knowledge, traditional practices, but also has recognized issues that we have been talking about. So, for example, who collaborates more to fight climate change? Indigenous peoples. But who suffers more with the impacts of climate change? Indigenous peoples. And another issue that was important, that we'll have a specific place to discuss this on these agreements, which is the UNFCCC, which is the UN space that talks about climate change, and it has stated that indigenous people are the gatekeepers, the guardians of diversity. It says that indigenous people in their territories protect 80% of biodiversity. So this data is important as it is important for negotiation, and it also recognizes an important issue, which is the partnership on the implementation. That is, partnership in the sense of seeking some sustainable solutions, but also the right to have climate financing. I will stop here as my time is over, but I would have other considerations to make, as COP is a discussion that is political to present ourselves, but also it is technical, and we need to prepare ourselves for this type of dialogue. The data of indigenous people are highly important. We have a 14% in Brazil, but imagine if we weight it down with the Amazon, with Cerrado, with Pantanal, with the rainforest. It is extremely important, and we can't exclude indigenous people on any decision-making process. So here is the tip. I think it's truly important for us to discuss strategies related to the themes that COP brings: climate financing, partnerships, obligations to include us on discussions. But an alert, industrialized countries, the most powerful ones, also come here to negotiate, establish carbon market rules. This is what is dangerous, to have no safeguards for indigenous people in this process. Thank you so much, and let's have an excellent work on this panel. Thank you to the president of FUNAI, the National Foundation of Indigenous Peoples. It is important to remember that Joênia was also a co-president of Indigenous Caucus, the Indigenous Forum of Indigenous Peoples, so she can also answer questions about this space if you have any. And now we have another co-president from Brazil, representing Latin America and Caribbean, Sineo Apishana, that will come here tomorrow, and perhaps she can even answer some questions, as now has been specially sent by indigenous people on to talk about COP30. So I would like to invite our representative from FOAG, Jocelyn, to talk about the context of the panel. A show of hands for him. Thank you so much, Alana. I would like to say good morning to everyone here. Allow me to say, is everything working? Well, allow me to salute all the authorities who are here, the authorities from Brazil and the Amazon basin. Here we have talked about the climate crisis. And when we talk about the climate crisis, we talk about the life or death. I believe that you all who are here, we have all understood the anguishes of what we call the COP, the climate crisis. It's the survival of humanity. And we should also understand that today, as my colleague Joanna has said, the economic bloc of the developed countries, which are the cause of this climate crisis, have not put to work the priority of the climate crisis. So we need to have much more. They are thinking about wars, compromising themselves among the economic blocs, in favor of this. The third thing I would like to say about the creation of the convention for framework convention for climate crisis is that we have advancements on the participation of indigenous peoples. We can say that yes and no. However, the model of the Convention on Climate Crisis was not done by indigenous people. It was elaborated by according to the major economic interests, and we have modified as indigenous people, and many leaders are no longer leaders, but you who are here, we are here, you are here to guarantee the continuity of the fight of indigenous peoples. We had no forum for indigenous people on climate change previously. We did not have it. We had no space within the convention. And it is true what Joania mentioned and noticed that within the Paris COP, we were recognized somehow as being non-state parties. We were recognized as a nation, and that is why it is important to emphasize territorial security of indigenous people. And territorial security involves the intangibility. And it involves many axes. We need to take care of our territory, its usage. And what is important is to develop alternative strategies as we need to reform international instruments, renew them according to our fundamental rights. And for us, as people, we have the notion of contribution nationally determined by indigenous people is a great alternative, as we will add a proposal that will consolidate the nationally determined contribution. And I would like to remember to you that this is an obligation of engagement of the states. That is, the last point I would like to mention are the 300 million per year of engagement, commitments. These are only promises. We can't elude ourselves with this. However, I have appreciated Bolivia's position, which says that nowadays the compensations, 20% for indigenous people, for example, but 80% for the state that does nothing to protect forests as indigenous people, we need to revert this process. These would be fundamental strategic positions that should be the pillars of our organization, COP30. Thank you so much. I don't want to take long, as people may have some difficulties to work on this. Thank you, Jocelyn. I now would like to pass the floor to our representative from Opiaki, Patricia. A round of applause for her. She's from Colombia. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to begin by presenting my salutations on behalf of Coiab, Apibi, and each one of our friends of the Amazon basin here, showcasing our dream that has been going on since last year to continue to meet, to face everything that is happening on the Colombian Amazon and the Amazon basin especially. We in Colombia last year had many important things that we have learned related to COP16. It was a space that has left great experiences for us, and ever since February, when we joined ourselves and shared with you and with our strategic partners, our colleagues of the Amazon that are here today, I mean, without this union, meetings of indigenous peoples, partners, colleagues, we cannot defend life. What is there? It is our life. The life of people are at stake, the people that we love, the planet where we live in. And that's why it is important for us to continue to gather ourselves, no matter the differences that may exist. Let's leave our ego behind and many aspects that can separate us. There is no more time for us to go by ourselves. It's time to go together if we want to live a little bit more, as we can only live a little bit more if we walk together. And that is why it is important for us to work with the Amazon basin. We in the Colombian Amazon know that we can't fight by ourselves. That is why we are working as the Amazon basin. We have strengthened our thoughts, but also our hearts for love for the planet and life. And like so, last week we were within Congo having new friends to protect what we love, which is the Amazon. COP16 was a moment for learning, and it has left unity. We can only incorporate the negotiation documents if we are ready from the technical standpoint and also from the political standpoint. We need to take unified proposals to this space. We also need to influence our country to go to be friend with our governments and walk hand in hand with them. If we do not have these strategic alliances, we won't be able to have anything. They are the ones who have the decisive power in such spaces. Another key aspect is to use each one of the existing scenarios where we are more experienced, one more than other, and we need to use this now that COP will be in the Brazilian Amazon. Last year it was in Colombia, Cali, where it was not an Amazonian city. However, we were there as the Amazonian people. When we were there within this scenario, we had a Maloca in the city, and within it, we wanted the entire world to know who are the indigenous people that live on the Amazon basin. Many of you were there and have shown to the world what do we do, but also what do we live in due to these isolated actions of states that do not consider our participation. In the Maloca, we have made our voices be heard. We had only one thought, and we began a process that led us to be here today. As brothers from the basin, we in February have gathered ourselves and we asked how we will prepare ourselves to COP30. It's a bigger challenge. It will be in our home, and ever since then, we have been working on this collective common journey as the Amazon basin in different actions. We need to strengthen connections with our countries. Each country of the Amazon basin needed to incide on the country, so the strategies were considered within the NDCs. And this week, so we could share our common goals to take it to Germany eventually. The participation of indigenous people in Germany is fundamental. If we do not reach this space with unified proposal, it doesn't make sense to meet later on, as it will be something that won't matter. What will happen in COP30 will be agreed on in Germany, and that's why this is an important space. We would like to thank Coiab for the work that it has been doing to facilitate this meeting. Each one of the countries has important themes to discuss. One of them has to do with the insistency on the demarcation of lands, the direct financing, to continue to protect life in the Amazon. Energy transition is another relevant point. Considering what has been happening in the Amazon, without us, they can't continue to make decisions and generate what we have been experiencing in our territories, but we also belong to the decision-making spaces, not only as observers. We are determinants for taking care of the Amazon's life, and we want, in Colombia's case, for these contributions to be recognized, the contributions that we do as indigenous people in our government systems, in our knowledge systems, and what each one of the 64 indigenous people that we have in the Colombian Amazon do. We want these voices and contributions to be recognized by states, but we also want to say that we are already tired of such goodwill on paper, or a symbolic acceptance. We want these NDCs to be updated and to become concrete actions within our territories. If we continue like we are, life will end, the time will be over. The issue that we have now is with time. We can't continue to make do, to just clap our hands to decisions that are not benefiting us, and actually they are putting our lives at risk. I would like to talk about an experience. Why am I here as Amazon? I'm from a community called San Rafael in the Amazonian forest of Colombia. Perhaps many people may not know it, and will not even know it, as the environment is changing. I'm here because my parents live there, my father and my mother, and I visit them each year. Every time I go there, I see how time flies in my parents, and how the effects of climate changes affects their lives. The river is further, the farm is further, the sun is warmer. It seems like it's going to cook my mother's skin whenever she goes to the sun. My parents need to go further to seek water, and they are conserving the life of the planet. They're not polluting.
They are the main people impacted by climate change either way. So I'm here because the people I love are slowly being killed because their strength is waning. And we need to protect the lives of peoples and communities that are remote. I'm also here because I have the duty of working for the protection of indigenous peoples who are isolated or who have been recently contacted. They are the ones who are going through a very serious situation. The effects of climate change are destroying their only space to live. They're contaminating the water springs that are close to their homes. The territories are being deforested. Their lives are at risk, and they don't eat rice like us. Their lives fully depend on biodiversity, and that is why we need to fight together for these people who we do not know but who need us. Thank you. Thank you very much, Patricia. We have been sharing experiences. We had COP16 of the CDB, which is the Biodiversity Conference. We have the Climate Conference. We have the Biodiversity Conference. So we have been strengthening this idea of bringing all agendas together into a single agenda, because we can't talk about climate separated from biodiversity, and we have also experienced the desertification. So ever since last year, we have been working on this issue. So I would like to invite Angela to talk about this perspective and what she has seen in the Amazonian basin and in Coiab. Angela, a round of applause, please. Thank you, Alana, and thank you for everyone who spoke before me and who brought a lot of elements, information, and important reflections for us to leave here as a network of peoples and indigenous organizations to discuss what is at stake during COP. The first question we need to reflect on is, beyond reflecting about how indigenous peoples will participate and at what levels and in what spaces, is what is at stake during this discussion. What is the center of the negotiations? Because ever since the Paris Agreement until now, when the parties, the countries, committed to eliminate or reducing the increases in temperature, it seems very contradictory to me that from 2015 until now, we see, according to science, that the temperatures have considerably increased. But wait, isn't the Paris Agreement working? Isn't it being monitored? Isn't it being followed? So once again, we are before a conference, a climate conference between parties, between member countries, looking for commitments on actions that will delay climate change, but also several things from a state perspective. And it's important that we reflect in depth about this, and at what time and at what strategic space us indigenous peoples can be not only protesting, like Ronaldo well said, but bringing this to the table in a negotiation framework. And for us, negotiation is a bit of a strong word, because we always say that we do not negotiate our rights. But in this case, it is necessary to engage in negotiations in a space of diplomacy and bringing this voice as authorities, as climate authorities, indigenous climate authorities. We will be at the forefront as authorities. Of course, will everyone be able to be there? No, obviously not. And possibly we will have indigenous authorities that have been selected not only from Brazil, we hope we have people from Brazil, but also from other parts of the world who we need to connect with, and we need to be dialoguing so that our proposals, our targets are unified as indigenous peoples of the world. And what is at stake? What is this race against time of the governments towards COP? Are they truly committed to reducing climate change? COP this year will happen in an indigenous territory in the state of Pará, where we have an Amazonian region, and all of the eyes of the world will be turned to this place. But not because they're concerned, but because in the Amazon, the exploitation of oil is a focus, and is in the Amazon where the increases in deforestation have been very impactful. Between 2021 and today, we had, in terms of deforestation, an entire Netherlands deforested. It's a lot. And when we deforest, it's not just the forest that dies, it's our lives, our cultures, our very existence as indigenous peoples. And then I go back to my previous reflection. What is actually at stake? I have an opinion that it is not the mitigation of climate change and the reduction of temperatures to balance the climate, because I am very suspicious of any state treaties, because the state has never been kind to indigenous peoples. And in the Brazilian context, we have an advanced history in terms of the demarcation of indigenous land, albeit still insufficient, even though we have FUNAI in a process of restructuring at great pains a recent destruction, an intentional recent destruction, with the paralyzing of the demarcation of indigenous land. So going back to demarcating indigenous land to a proportion where an indigenous woman is leading the foundation of indigenous peoples, but considering agribusiness or mining, it's still very little. The investment to demarcate indigenous land is, well, considering the other investments made, it is 2 to 3 digits less in terms of investment, right, President? So, what is our perception as the indigenous movement? How do we see what's at stake? Well, I would summarize what's at stake as, well, exploitation and access to resources. It's a business. The states are racing against time to make business between each other, and there's no other point. Don't think that these treaties actually have the intention of reducing anything. They do have the intention of reducing our forests, our cultures, our riches, but reducing anything else, they don't. And that's why I think it's a historical moment, Ronaldo, for us to actually impact in a different manner from all other COPs in the last 29 years. Perhaps COP, or actually COP will not solve all of the other problems of the last 29 years of COPs, but it needs to be a historical COP. It needs to be a COP with massive participation from indigenous peoples and communities, because we are the ones who are going to have the opportunity to tell the world that the solution, that the targets, that the proposals for any balance in climate cannot be separated and cannot go without guaranteeing or demarcating indigenous territories all over the world. Advancing in climate treaties without the voice of indigenous authorities is continuing to have several COPs with targets that will never be met, that will never be taken seriously. So it is necessary that we think about this and that we speak very clearly about what is our expectation, our perspectives for the COP. Our first expectation that us indigenous peoples have is that the demarcation of indigenous territory be a climate policy. Moving forward with climate policies without demarcating indigenous land is to keep on denying our existence. Secondly, direct financing for climate resources is not having a middleman in the shape of a government. Direct financing is respecting the own mechanisms of indigenous peoples as a guarantee of direct access for indigenous peoples. That is the main target that we need to bring very clearly. And thirdly, it's important in all of this for us to care about human life. It is necessary that we bring to the center of the discussion the right to live. And we are talking about the importance of the entire world caring about the lives of isolated indigenous peoples. And that they have their livelihoods and territories as the main ally to meet any climate goal globally. If we no longer care about the lives of indigenous isolated people, we don't care about anything. So several things to think about. And I think we need to work on several fronts. In the blue zone, as indigenous diplomats, in the green zone, bringing important dialogues and alliances, and if necessary, yes, we will do the free land camp movement at the Belém COP. We will have a free land camp at the COP if necessary, because we're not going to have another COP or another opportunity to show the power that we have as a network, as basins, as nations, peoples, and indigenous organizations all over the world. There's no tomorrow. Let's give our message during COP30 in Belém. Thank you. Thank you very much, Angela Cachuiana. I'd like to thank you, and it's very important to always emphasize the importance of the indigenous movement, the organizations. We have talked most of all about how climate financing, how direct financing can support these initiatives, because government has its priorities and the indigenous movement has a single priority, the territorial rights. So it's very important what Angela said in her powerful words. I'd like to invite our relative from Peru, Gisela. Well, actually, our president needs to leave. She'll say goodbye, and then we will pass the floor to Gisela so that she can give an overview of our discussion here today. Sorry, I will have to leave because I have another meeting, but I would like to leave you with this message. Angela, what you just said is very important. I would say that demarcation is our NDC, is our target, and we need to include it in a document. Since Brazil has the freedom to add its own NDCs, let us include the demarcation of indigenous land. It is only fair, it is human rights for indigenous peoples, and this needs to be a part of the commitment. And also to tell you that this is an extremely important point for us to be prepared for all discussions, be it in a free land camp in Belém or through the voices of our relatives more traditionally. But I would say that indigenous organizations have a role in preparing for discussions. Whoever here will be in Bonn, I agree with Bolivia to say that we need to reverse that data. Instead of 20%, we need to keep 80% of the financing amongst ourselves, because we are the ones who are protecting, and there's science, the territories, and there's science that backs that up, because without indigenous territories, there's no biodiversity. And protecting our land, it's not just demarcating, but it's also protecting. And Angela is very right when she says that our budget currently is not enough and it will be blocked above all. And I believe that this is an opportunity, and the voice of the indigenous peoples will be a powerful voice, a voice that is ready and that has taught a lesson to the world on each of the points that will be discussed in terms of climate change. So we have the opportunity of having a co-chair of the Indigenous Caucus here in Brazil. So it's important to coordinate with her so that the results that we achieve here in terms of strategy, of voice, and spaces can be together with the chairs of the Indigenous Caucus, the International Alliance, and other strategies. Thank you for the space. Congratulations for the event, and we will continue together. Thank you very much to our President, Joênia Wapichana. I would like to now pass the floor to our relative from Peru, Gisela. She'll give an overview of our panel and bring this technical outlook on the Paris Agreement and on the strategic perspectives that are important. So a round of applause for our relative, Gisela. Hello, first and foremost, thank you very much for inviting me to be in this space. I'm more of a technical person and not a politician, and they asked me to try and see how these political messages could be translated in the messages of the negotiations. And I would like to go back to what was mentioned by Ronaldo and by President Joênia and by Angela in terms of participation, because as was mentioned, there are two forms of participating in a COP. We have the green zone, where you can align yourselves in strategies. For those who don't go into the blue zone, can push their narratives, and also to get to know other indigenous peoples from other parts of the world and coordinating their shared fights. And there will also be the presence of journalists from 193 countries. There will be journalists from all over the world. So it's a moment to give visibility of each to each territory. And we have the blue zone, which is the more official zone. And in the blue zone, not everyone needs to be in the same spaces. The beautiful thing is being able to divide and conquer. So in the blue zone, we're going to have the indigenous negotiators, and those of us who are more technical will follow the discussions. And what are the points that can go into this agenda of the blue zone? As was mentioned by Patricia, we will have a conference in Bonn. We have 25 topics that will be discussed there. Within these topics, the president of COP, Andrés Correa, has mentioned that there are 3 topics that will be the priority for him during Bonn. And they will be the global adaptation goal, the global stock taking, and the just transition working plan. And what is the global adaptation goal? As you know, we have an adaptation and mitigation mandate. Mitigation is about the causes of climate change, the emissions, and adaptation are to look at what are the consequences of climate change. But not all countries adapt in the same manner. For example, the countries that are more to the sea, like the Caribbean countries, they can perhaps adapt in building structures, and the Andine countries would be more in the glacier areas. And how can we ascertain what countries are adapting more or less? Well, what happens is the countries, in order to say that we can all define how we are advancing in terms of adaptation, and thus we will establish indicators, and what will be negotiated in Bonn are those indicators. So how do we measure indigenous knowledge in terms of adaptation? This will be one of the targets. We have a document of the adaptation document, and we need to revise it with the indigenous negotiators.
The second issue will be the implementation. Oh, I know I seem to be speaking too fast. The implementation of the world balance. What happened here? We have spoken about the Paris Agreement. The Paris Agreement happened in 2015. After that, we had assemblies where they have shown where we had advancements and they were done at each 5 years. It's the world balance. The last world balance was done in 2023. In 2023, what was done was a diagnostics on the reason why we could not reach the Paris objectives. And these diagnostics, they say that one of the causes for this reason was fossil fuels. This is in the diagnosis of 2023 in Dubai. So the main expectancy for COP30, well, we do not have a negotiation document on that, but the expectancy is that we can talk about the implementation from this diagnosis on the Paris Agreement. We can establish on how to be more ambitious. One of the instruments for implementation are the NDCs. And lastly, the energy transition. We have the working program for fair transition that was in the COP29. And as was said, everything is geopolitics. Saudi Arabia. You go more slowly. Okay, I will speak more slowly. So we have created a document of negotiation at COP29 on fair transition, a just transition. So what happened? There was the inclusion on the exit of fossil fuels. There was an agreement at COP28, and the surprise is that we do not mention mining. One of the things that were said here was mining and the impact of critical ore. We do not mention mining in any of the negotiation documents. Can it be included? Yes, it can be included. And this should be sought of, and it's necessary to fight for it. Now, for now, we do not have any documents. What happened at COP29? Bolivia and Saudi Arabia, and this is a geopolitical issue that should be talked with the indigenous negotiators. The climate change COP is a little bit different when we talk about biodiversity, as we didn't have countries that are negotiating blocks. They're going to talk about the G77, ILA, GRULAC, LMNEDCs, these countries negotiating blocks as they have certain interests, and Bolivia and Saudi Arabia belong to the like-minded development countries, the countries that have an affinity in thoughts, and they are countries that depend on oil. So these countries, I need to go more slowly. These countries, within these negotiations, what they would mention is that, well, you want for us to do not use fossil fuels anymore, but what will we do if our economies depend on that? If you give us financing to do that, it's okay. But I mean, these negotiations, when we talk about just transition, were being blocked. But on the other hand, for the NCQG, this are all acronyms that we can see later on with further details, but other countries were then discussing financing the goal that was $1.3 trillion, and at the end we did not reach this $1.3 trillion. We reached $300 million. We have issues not only of will, but also geopolitical aspects. So we need to understand all of that to understand how we can take everything that was discussed here, the demarcation as a climate policy, those that could be on the indicators, on the NDC. So it's important to analyze all these documents. They will be taken Audubon. They are not all available. And I also would like to bring an example on how the union and indigenous participation can move many things. It's the same view of OPIAC. It's the same thing that happened at COP16. Here we have some colleagues from OPIAC. Article 8J, the subsidiary body of the 8J. This is a negotiation on biodiversity. Those who have followed biodiversity, we know it was at a standstill for 10 years. And this was due to the presence of indigenous negotiators within COP, but also due to the incidents that is done with different countries. So we had Russians, Indonesia that had no interest to make this work. And then OPIAC talked to Russians. They even gave a scarf as a gift for Russians. And after 10 years in Cali, this was then worked out. It is important to have this unity, this major articulation between what happens within and what happens outside. As many times it's not possible to perform pressure from within, but it's possible to do it outside in parallel events, on dialogues that are being established. And I have heard about the carbon markets and their regulations. There is no document yet on that. If you observe the agenda of Bonn, there is no document on carbon markets. It's Article 6 of the Paris Agreement. So we should make it be included within the document. And then there are other things that will not be included within the agenda, but that are truly important, and Brazil will present them, like the TFFF. This was not included within the official agenda of Bonn, but will be placed as Brazil's bet. It will be presented by Brazil. Another thing that could be included, but that was not included in Bonn, is the alignment between climate change and biodiversity. Colombia brought that in COP16, but it's not on Bonn's agenda. We know that there is an availability on the presidency and goodwill to include that. But that's it. How do we make this articulation? The internal subjects, as not everyone will be there, and the presidents are political. They will be more on the political aspect. And then we have negotiators. So how can we articulate with those outside to work on such themes? If there is a need to have indigenous participation, if there is a need to have language on just transition, there is no safeguard or mentioning of indigenous people. All of these are bets, and there are no documents on that. I believe that with that I finalize. Thank you. Thank you to Gisela that has been supporting us on these spaces, on trying to understand the strategies that we need to do. We need to unite the political to the technical. So I will now open the floor for those who have already subscribed to speak, remembering that we need to follow our time. Soon we are going to have a coffee break, and later on we will come back to talk about the Indigenous NDC. As was said by Jocelyn, it's important for us to put up our priorities. Angela said what we do not give up on, and also thinking about the strategy that Opiaki had. Perhaps we're going to leave COP30 with something more concrete. Would you like to then invite Marcelo, representing the Podali Council? He's from Roraima. Is he here? Okay, let's go for the next one. Eliane from Fepointe, Mato Grosso. And now, José Casupaki, prepare yourself to speak later. And then we have Concita Supré from FEPIPA. And we have Mario from APA, from Guyana, one of the presidents of the G9. A show of hands for Eliana. The panel can... Well, I think we should take the picture of the panel and then leave a space so that everyone can speak, right, Alana? Photographers, please, let's take their picture. Okay, stay there. While we do not take a picture, you're gonna have to stay there. Good afternoon, guys. My name is Eliane. I am Bacairi. I am the president of the Federation of Indigenous Peoples and Organizations from Mato Grosso. I feel contemplated with each speech that was given here. However, I believe that we as a state should also have strategies at our base. What has been happening in our states is a reflex of what happens here in Brasilia. We had two lands that were demarcated and now are no longer. My state, for example, is against the demarcation, especially the executive branch, and demarcation is human dignity, and we need to reaffirm that always. And this needs to be within COP. We at Mato Grosso, we have two peoples that are isolated, but their territories are not demarcated, and we are constantly fighting. We need to fight against politicians, the roads that go throughout our territories, against farms and other things. But my concern as an indigenous organization, apart from all of these challenges that we face in our states, is climate financing. What I see is that we are going to COP, Bonn, to all the conferences, making our articulations, but when the resource comes to us, it does not go through us. It does not arrive at the edge. And our organizations, our funds are here, organizing themselves, structuring themselves. I believe it is important for us to also have in the meetings that are happening. I congratulate Coiab, but we should have indigenous negotiators there. We should be fine-tuned with them. They are our spokesperson with states, with the political representatives, so they can truly be taking what is happening at the base to them. And I see and I have heard with a lot of concern that mining is not at Bonn because we are living in attack from miners in the Amazon. Mato Grosso has a situation like this. We have Coiab, we have the Northeast that is being attacked, and nothing's being solved. We can't be at the councils, we can't be directly there, as it depends on the executive branch to approve our name to be there on the discussions. So I see with a lot of concern. I believe that we will talk, and I hope that we can, as relatives of the basin, to put their mining and the demarcation of our territories not only as a goal, but as a principle to be followed by COP. As without land, there is no indigenous people, and without indigenous people, we can't have biodiversity. That's it. Thank you so much. Thank you, Eliane. The next one is José Cassupá, the coordinator from Opiroma from Rondônia. And Concita, be ready, you're going to be the next. Good afternoon, my relatives. José Luiz Cassupá from Rondônia, the Organization of Indigenous People from Rondônia, Mato Grosso. I'm bringing to you a reflection, but also a criticism. Currently, our Brazilian state is in a Well, the Brazilian state, through the legislative branch, is now committing environmental genocide of the social rights of indigenous people and our Brazilian people. I say that because recently there was the approval of a law related to the Morro dos Macacos, removing the rights of the demarcation. There is also the 14701 that violates the rights of indigenous people. We have many other bills that are in the federal Senate, within the Congress, and what about then? Are we going to allow for this to keep on happening? I believe that we needed to denounce to the International Court of Human Rights. Unfortunately, we have one Congress that has economic power, that is taken on by the great employments, entrepreneurships that are in Brazil, looking at all mineral resources, water resources, forest resources of our Amazon. If we have no clear position as indigenous leaderships, as leaders of any organization, we will always be receiving any type of right violations. Unfortunately, we are being attacked. Indigenous territories are being attacked. Attacked through bills, through the creation of a narrative that says that we need to develop, that we need autonomy, that we need an utopia, but they are making mistakes, and those who are making such speeches are those connected to the agribusiness, those connected to capitalism, people that are in the right wing and extreme right wing branches. This is what is happening within our territories. As my relative has said, what is approved here at the edge, we suffer the consequences. Leaderships receiving prejudice, being pursued. We have internal conflicts within the territory. So, my relatives, I bring here this information. I believe that we need to denounce that Brazil is committing this rights violation at the International Court. This would be one of the main points that we need to specifically discuss, the demarcation of indigenous lands, because if we were to look at the standing forest subject, the demarcated indigenous lands, the national parks, to look at the extractivist reserves of extractivists and other segments of the civil society, with the lands that we have, if they're not demarcated, how we will contain climate change? The effects are already happening within the territory. Just an example here, the jatobá fruit. The jatobá fruit that we all know begins its flora. It begins to grow the fruit. Before it ripens, it dries and it drops.
It no longer becomes ripe. It is no longer ripening. Just to give you an example, that climate change is already in the forest. And those who are suffering the consequences of climate change are the big trees, the jatobá tree, the chestnut tree, mahogany, the cherry tree, and also other bigger trees that produce fruits for the animals, that bear fruits for the animals. So we're also going to have a problem in terms of feeding of cassava, manioc. We saw many narratives about, and we heard many stories about these issues. And what then? We're looking at the countries and seeing only the economic power mattering, only the economy, and no longer considering the marginalized society. And the environmental discussion is coming last, and it should be the opposite. First, we discuss the fauna and the flora, and then we discuss the economy. That's what I wanted to say. Thank you very much, Casupa. I would like to invite Concita Sompré from FEPIPA and also Mario from the English Guiana. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm very happy to see this very empowered women and men. And I'd like to say that I come from the state of Pará, and I don't want to create any expectations because FEPIPA is a state-based organization, and we are carrying this weight of COP being held in our territory. But I would really like all relatives to be able to go there and have the unique opportunity of getting to know our state, eating our fish with acai, sleeping in hammocks, including our international and non-indigenous relatives, laying down on a hammock at the banks of the rivers. Since we won't have hotels for everybody, we can offer hammocks, and it's part of climate change for you to be at the banks of the rivers and understand what we're talking about. And there was something that was said this morning, I think, by Elena. She said that people should learn from us while we're here to teach. We know that acquiring knowledge, and in order to acquire new knowledge, we need to sit down, listen, and learn. But the world doesn't want to listen and learn. What it wants is to keep on creating wealth by putting our territories at risk. And when we talk about money, about capital, us indigenous peoples, our knowledge, our biodiversity of all the 9 countries in the Brazilian Amazon, this holds great weight. But when they talk about us, it's as if we are something that is preventing economic development. But their economic development has killed and destroyed us, and it has changed the cycle of a type of livelihood that carries a lot of ancestral knowledge. And this involves food security. Someone came up front and said, I lost my crops because all of the knowledge that our peoples hold are having to be readapted because we no longer know when they should plant, not because they are knowledgeable, but because they depend on rain and on the moon, and we are guided by the cycles of the moon, and this has changed, and this is influence of things that have nothing to do with us because of a demand for what is above and underground in our territories. So being at the negotiation table for us indigenous peoples is a matter of survival. When we travel back and when we look at the 29 COPs until we reached COP 30, we should know how far us indigenous peoples have come. Currently, we have an indigenous caucus and an indigenous woman who's leading that discussion, and that was a significant advance for us. But we still have a long ways to go. So what I want to say here, emphasizing what was said before me, is that we need to look at the peoples who provide the service free of charge, respect them, value them, and fight with us. Because when we say that the fight of indigenous peoples and that the indigenous cause is all of our cause, is not just a slogan that looks good in your Insta page or online. It's a motto that requires that we rethink the ways of life if you care about the future of the generations that haven't yet been born. And as indigenous peoples, when we think about life, we don't think about right now, we think about the future of those who are not yet here. That's why we preserve. So I just want to say that for COP30, I know that we're lacking hotels even for those who have money to pay for them. And I will make Angela's words my own. We know how to sleep, how to camp out, and how to engage in this movement. So we need to engage in this movement during COP30. We need to go there and give our message. And our message is respect our knowledge, respect our forests, and guarantee life through the demarcation of our territories. Climate financing, the time is now. It's not for the future. Climate financing is paying for environmental services that we provide for free and have been for 525 years to provide oxygen for the world. It's not just 80% relatives. I wanted it to be over 100, but math only goes up to 100%. So it's only fair that we have 100% of the financing to guarantee the livelihoods of our territories and of our children within our territories. The bill of law of death has been approved. The bill that keeps on encouraging the invasion of mining companies in our territory is now a law. It has been approved. So currently, it's no longer a crime. It's no longer illegal to explore indigenous land because that which is illegal is becoming legalized. So during COP, we need to give our message, and FEPIPI as an organization with Coiab and APIBI, we're here to say that when something goes against our rights and our interests, we are resisting, and we will keep on resisting because climate change is a global matter. Thank you. Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Mario, the president of the APA in the Guiana. So please use your translation devices if you speak Portuguese.
Presidents of the 9 organizations and other participants here, our partners, I am happy to be here to participate in this very important pre-COP meeting here in Brazil, and I want to thank the Brazilians for their hospitality. And so from Guyana, as I said, the president of Amerindian Peoples Association, and I'm from the Akawayo Nation. And just to highlight you about this situation in Guyana, well, in Guyana, it's no different. We are also facing the similar challenges because of climate change. Since last year, even until now, we're having heavy rainfalls in our territories, in our lands, and so it is very challenging. And so life has become difficult for us, even though we did not contribute to that. And so it is a great concern for us indigenous people. And while that is happening, governments of our countries have planned and strategized on how to develop our countries for betterment. And they also claim to be concerned about climate change, but the reality is that it is not so on the ground. In Guyana, we've had this strategy that they call the Low Carbon Development Strategy 2030. And out of this came the carbon credit scheme. You know, it sounded so nice. And so a lot of people were happy to receive a percentage of the finance. Our indigenous people in Guyana, they receive 15%. But that cannot compensate for the challenges that we are facing, as I said. If we have to value our life, as my brother said earlier, it really cannot compensate. And also, I would like to say that our government is once again thinking about a plan that they have to put aside areas for biodiversity schemes or credits. And so we don't have much information, but my observation is that every time these governments are thinking about plans on how to get their monies. And so my people, we have to be really focused to see if what they are planning is very important to us. To me, I don't think the leaders are very serious. I understand that leaders from 193 countries would gather to this big meeting in Belém, but it wouldn't really be anything to address the situation that we are in. And that is very sad, but we don't need to keep quiet. We are a resilient people. We need to continue the struggle. We need to fight. We don't need to give up. And we need to unite and stay strong. And so what we would demand is that I would endorse what other leaders have said, that we would like our territories to be recognized, our human rights should be recognized also, and countries that have been signing conventions or agreements. One of the problems has been that it was not being enforced, and that is the problem that we are in. So we need to call upon governments, leaders, that whatever agreements or conventions that they would sign, they must uphold those agreements if we are serious about climate change. Because, as we would have said earlier, we only have one Mother Earth where we are living. So it all matters for us to work together to save us from being extinct from this earth. And so we need to make that demand together collectively. And so once again, I am thankful that I am here. It's really an experience for me. And so I would look forward to participate in other meetings like these so that we will continue to raise our concerns. Thank you.
Quero convidar o Jocelyn para vir aqui para...
I'd like to invite Jocelyn to come up on stage to take the official picture. We are 14 minutes late, so it's very important that we stick to our schedule. I'd like to say that our coffee break is available, so let us take our picture. Ronaldo, Patricia, Gisela, our official picture. Our photographer, Kuman. So everyone pose for the picture, please. Fix your hair. And reminding everyone that we will now pause for a coffee break, 10 minutes, relatives, because we still have to talk about the Indigenous NDC. We're going to have the experience of the organizations that are working to draft this NDC. 10 minutes. And the coffee break is available. A round of applause. Please, 10 minutes. Return in 10 minutes so that we can continue our debate. Once again, I'd like to thank you all for being here. Partners, relatives. And reminding you that it's a 10-minute break. And we will soon be discussing the Indigenous NDC.
Let's come back. If it was 10 minutes, we are delayed by 20. Where are you guys? Come back. This is the last program for the day, but it's an important debate about the NDCs. Please come back. Leaderships, partners. How are you? How is your energy? 20 or 80%? It's almost 100%. Okay, so please, let's go for the last push. I know you are all tired. You have already put your neurons to work. So you could be here paying attention to the agenda, but please pay attention so we can advance on our last agenda, okay? Is everything okay? Great. Let's go. So let's call for the panel while our relatives come to their seats, to their chairs. This is the last subject of the day. Demarcation now. Demarcation now. Demarcation now. The answer is us. Look, if I come to the government and people say that the answer is us like that, do you think they're going to believe? The answer is us. No, they are still not going to believe. The answer is us. You're tired, okay. For the panel, this last program for the day, we're going to call Gregorio from Coiab. Is he not here? One minute. Esteban Morales from IDCEP. Not here yet. Esteban. Is he Esteban? Okay, a show of hands for him. Now we call, I'm saying panel, but it's a round of conversation. Alana Manchinetti from Coiab. A show of hands for her. Kleber Caripuna from APIB and GATSI. Even the claps are tired. Okay, let's go. Martin Chiri, Opiaki. Where are you? Come, Martin. Eda from Avaz. A show of hands for our debaters. Gregorio needs to come. He's outside. Gregorio is here? Oh, great. A show of hands for all of our leaderships who will now perform the debate. Now let's go for the speech of Gregorio. Good afternoon, my relatives. Well, we are here in this Apibi, Coiab, our brother Klebe, all of the leadership of the indigenous movement of the Brazilian Amazon. A round of applause for Coiab, all the presidents, and for the indigenous women of the Brazilian Amazon, of the Amazon Basin. My brothers from the Guianas, Jocelyn, Jan, my brother from SIDOP, the president, Valentin, president from APA, our presidents here from IDCEP, OPIAC. We just would like to congratulate the president from Coiab, Elcio Mancineri, for this amazing event. I also salute President Ligio and the technical team. I believe that Fanny is also there, the general coordinator from Coica, an indigenous woman. It seems that she has arrived, and a round of applause for her. During the morning, I heard Kleber talking about the main elements for a global climate negotiation for indigenous people. What he said was really precise. This also coincided with the words, the statement from our sister from OPIAC, from IDSEC, that have also spoken here. Our colleague spoke in French. Our brother Jocelyn spoke in French, but I could understand him perfectly. And there is something similar on the call of indigenous people from the Amazon in face of the climate crisis. My companion Valentin has also given details on the economic demand, climate financing, the unfair distribution that indigenous people receive on the NDCs, on the national climate plans of governments. Our Podali Fund, the president of the Podali Fund, has also given a class on how indigenous people, how we can create our funds and perform fair financing for our people. So what is the issue? And what do we need to solve according to what was said here? The first thing, we need to arrive at Bonn in Germany with concrete proposals. Among them, climate financing. This is one of them. And here I call Klebe, that is participating on these negotiations, Elcio. They are responsible for these negotiations with all the presidents. It's necessary to fight so that on the final texts of governments, The direct financing for territories is not restricted to 1%. Perhaps we won't be able to have 80%, as Valentin said, but we need to go beyond the 50%, and this should be, if we have to make a freeland camp to demand our rights, Coiab can call with a PB. It should do so, and we are going to demand in the pavilion, the green pavilion, and to fill it to demand our rights. The other subject is the land issue. If the answer is us, the territory is also the answer. Both walk hand in hand, and with that we have the spirituality of our people. The spirituality is within the territory and should conduct us with strength to the COP30 at Belen. So, my brothers and sisters, as was said here, there is no other space, Klebe, Elcio, all the presidents, brothers and sisters. COP30 is the last opportunity that we have as Amazonian people to save the planet. The climate financing with land demarcation, with territorial funds for women, for the youth, and with national strategies. Once more, I call here the Amazonian Cooperation Treaty right now should name a co-indigenous president. A co-chair. I make this call that has President Lula that is in favor of indigenous people. I call you so that in the Amazonian Cooperation Treaty, in the system, or on the political participation strategy of the Amazonian people, we name the Amazonian brother within this treaty. The technical secretariat should be a brother and sister that is indigenous from the Amazon. We should also call our brothers and sisters from Opiaki that also have a major alliance with President Petro's government and has an indigenous ally. We should make this effort so both governments from Brazil and Colombia, so indigenous people, on the final texts, as was said clearly, so that in this final text of the declaration that will come from Belen, that it is possible for us to have a clarity on the most important aspects that we are proposing here. Right now all of this should be at the Belen Declaration, and this is the goal. And we can do that only if we are united, and we are here because we are in complete agreement. And the strength to do so is on this pre-COP. So we are here together with the sole objective, brothers and sisters that have spoken before. I'm here for my family, my son, my grandparents, my wife, for the Amazon. We are here for our territory, and we have no other option. So to perform a clear proposal with a lot of strength once more, I congratulate you for this pre-COP organized by Coiab. Thank you so much, Gregorio. Your speech was truly important, and certainly it's worth for us to be together and united so we can have a collective voice. And so together we can enter a debate and present solutions and answers to our rulers. I would like to call now Esteban Morales. Thank you. My name is Esteban Morales. I'm from IDCEP, Peru. And as it has to do with the indigenous NDCs, I would like to speak about the process in Peru. I know that the themes and legislations are different within each country, but some things can be talked about our national processes. In this case, the NDCs in Peru have begun in 2016 approximately, and within IDSAP we began to perform a surveillance on this process when there were only just intentions. I don't know if you remember the INDCs. The intentions then became the NDCs after the Paris Agreement. The important is that this is a national process. Countries are the ones that develop this, as they are the ones who are being committed to this process. What we have defined in IDSAP to incorporate the elements of the indigenous agenda was to begin to identify the actions and connect them to mitigation and adaptation. It's what is within the NDCs. Countries have the adaptation and mitigation NDCs. For Peru, we have 66 measures, actions that the government proposes for reducing the greenhouse gas emissions. For mitigation and for adaptation, we had proposed 86 measures for adaptation. The important thing is to define which are the sectors with which indigenous territories are involved. What is the support that could be given? In Peru's case, it's basically the areas of change in the use of soil, UTCUS as it's called, and for mitigation. And for adaptation, it would be in the forests. By identifying this, it's easier, if I may say so, to identify or at least propose new measures. No, not necessary. This is a long presentation and I don't want to speak so much. Well, here we begin to identify how, this is in Spanish of course, but perhaps we can share a version to help our brothers and sisters. So the idea was to identify the causes of deforestation and loss of the forest. Sometimes we only talk about livestock production or agriculture, but we leave behind the main guilty players, companies, for exploitation of resources, monoculture, mining, hydrocarbons, which are not yet considered as something that affect us. In case of oil, the consumption of fossil fuels. The mega drivers subject is important. We have defined some indicators that are important. For example, the number of hectares that are being affected by drivers. This is a clear indicator. This is not something that can be hidden, as we have evidence on illegal mining and exploitation of hydrocarbons. In Peru, we have included legal security. The recognition of the territory of indigenous people belongs to the NDC. The state needs to report to the UN through the NDC, through reports, how much have they advanced, not only in Peru. In Peru, recognize native communities, but there are other categories. such as spaces that peoples in isolation inhabit, which are the indigenous reserves.
And also the protected areas that can be just juxtaposed with areas where isolated peoples live. So ancestral territories, because the proposals to expand the territories in Peru, we implemented a way of thinking about native communities under a co-op approach from the 20th century in the 90s, where the left thought everyone could be in assemblies and there could be leaderships, and this structure was changed, and this caused our territories to be fragmented into small territories referred to as communities. That's why we want to propose that we have more encompassing territories, considering that the national legislation incorporates important elements for the recognition of the territories, but it is not a complete legislation like in the case of many countries, and it does not fully recognize the importance of land titles and demarcation. So we propose a change in legislation, which is a more extensive project. We have a proposal which is important because it not only focuses on mitigation elements, because it's important to get to know the territories, to know the potential of each territory when it comes to carbon, but also other ecosystemic services related to the forests. Not everything is about carbon. And this approach aims to implement the livelihood plans through financing and other indigenous agenda topics. So indigenous economy is key. There's a series of activities that can be legal or illegal, but many of them put pressure on the communities and on the peoples. So we need to that the resources of the forest standing can be used and enjoyed, and also to put an added value or price to the transformation of seed or the use of seeds to create oils and inputs for the cosmetics industry, and also for the industry of soft drinks, and the communities know what they have, so we need to articulate this. We also have the forest topic, which is key. There are many communities which have been fined because of the inappropriate forest management, and this has been creating a serious problem. So many communities that have been fined and cannot pay the fine, and the communities have been impacted because they can't access financing or anything provided by the state. And what we need to do is to follow these cases, to give consultancy to these communities so that they are more clear on the services they provide to timber production, and also try and get the legislation to help with capacity building and with the creation of opportunities so that the poor management doesn't happen again, and that creates increasing fines. We also have the topic of adaptation, which is key, and it has been proposed an adaptation model to try and tackle climate change, especially in a sub-basin in the San Martin area. And that's important because that is the work of the NDC that has been working with women and valuing indigenous women so that they can apply their knowledge. And in the States, we usually have a national adaptation plan. I think many countries in the basin have a national adaptation plan. And finally, well, this usually stays on paper. It is a plan that doesn't have any indicators for monitoring, and it is not implemented. So we need to implement these plans. And finally, actions related to controlling, surveillance, and early alert. Information is key, and the populations need to manage that type of information to try and showcase what is being done in the territories with a self accountability perspective, but also for external observers. Thank you. Very good, very good. Sticking to the time. Thank you, congratulations. And thank you for such an important intervention. And the document you presented is also very important, and that's definitely a significant discussion for us to draft this document together. And we will now call to make our intervention our international advisor, Alain Machinetti. I don't know if you know her. Thank you, Ariane. I'd like to thank our colleagues, relatives, and brothers for their interventions, and within our discussions for this space for the drafting of the Indigenous NDC, we had a process of engaging on a collective construction journey, and it's very important to emphasize this from an indigenous governance standpoint. It is important that governments and the parties understand the indigenous governance process and the dialogue of the Indigenous NDC. Part of this happens through our base organizations that compose the Coiab network. And all of our discussions are very similar to what was presented both by Gregorio and Esteban, because we are very aligned. So when we say that our countries are extremely aligned in their potential, in their dialogues, it's because we are facing similar challenges in our territories. So it is important to emphasize that we are going to speak about the national sphere, but everything that's being discussed in the national sphere can be taken to the international sphere because of the territories. So when we gathered in this process of thinking about the Indigenous NDC, we established 7 strategic points that we had to incide on. And we agreed this with our based organizations, our leaders that were present. And the first topic that I think is essential and I like to emphasize here is the indigenous protagonism in the climate agenda, highlighting the role of indigenous peoples as genuine climate authorities in fighting climate change, valuing their sustainable practices and traditional knowledge. We had the experience of the presentation of the Brazilian NDC in Baku last year, and in the NDC text, it may seem that the indigenous peoples have been recognized, but those who are in the technical committee to draft the NDC was not us. There was a research institution that's very renowned in Brazil that was defending and advocating for the NDC with the Brazilian government, saying that the NDC was very complete and very positive. But this NDC only came to our hands much later when our partners translated it between English into Portuguese, and when the indigenous peoples are mentioned in the NDC, thanks to the pressure we have put on the government as an indigenous movement, we still didn't feel recognized. So what kind of protagonism is this that is not discussing with us? We are only protagonists in the text. We don't have any protagonism in technical discussions. So back in June, we discussed thinking about strategic protagonism, not only through the use of our photos, of our chants to engage with the international public, but so that we could also incide in the negotiations in practice. And another point that we listed as point 2 that was also mentioned in Esteban's presentation is the demarcation of indigenous land. In the case of Brazil, we're talking about the Brazilian NDC as a climate policy to promote the demarcation of indigenous land as a fundamental strategy to tackle climate change and protect the environment. Understanding the perspective that we have on the demarcation of indigenous land, and also bringing reflection, because it's not only enough to demarcate indigenous land, we need to have our right to our land and our right to our lives safeguarded, because we see several evictions happening in the indigenous territories where what happens is violence against indigenous peoples, because when we expel invaders from our territories, they fight back by threatening our lives. So for us, the demarcation of indigenous land in this dialogue with indigenous leaders is a policy that needs to be implemented within the NDCs. But not only that, we need to guarantee our right to life, because it's not enough to demarcate the territory. Something which is very important is that we can't think just about the territory, but also we need to think about the lives of the indigenous peoples. We started a process which has been increasing on a yearly basis, which are the impacts of climate change. But when our territories were catching fire, when we didn't have water to drink in our territories, what was more engaging in the international media was the death of the pink dolphins in our rivers. So another point that we highlight in this process within the indigenous NDC is an energy transition and the end of fossil fuels. This is something we have also tried to bring into this official text, supporting the transition to renewable energy sources and gradually eliminating fossil fuels, guaranteeing that indigenous communities are consulted and benefited. We are also experiencing a peculiar situation in Brazil at the same time where we have talked about the protagonism of Brazil when it comes to measures to mitigate the impacts of climate change and the increase in measures to protect our lands, even though at the same time we are approving very negative bills in Congress, and we have an anti-indigenous group in Congress. And at the same time, where we have talked about the end of the fossil fuels era, our President of the Republic is saying that he wants to exploit oil in the Amazon River. So perhaps this is something we wouldn't speak of in the indigenous NDC, but it is something that we're not going to forego. It is a challenge, but in all documents that we have drafted ever since last year, it's a part of our documents that would be a part of our indigenous NDC. Something else which was also in Esteban's presentation is the indigenous economy, valuing and protecting the indigenous economy based on sustainable practices. It's something that is also very important for us. Indigenous economy is a low carbon economy. I always remember the inauguration of Aloysio Mercadantes when we reclaimed our democracy. He said we need to strengthen low carbon economies, but he started mentioning several enterprises and business people, and at the time he never mentioned our economy, but it has always been a low carbon economy, and it's important to strengthen this and to mention this, and this was brought by our base leaders as an important point for our indigenous NDC, and to demand that our indigenous NDC is applied in practice. We have a direction by the COP chairmanship about the presence of indigenous peoples, but we have also heard many things. They signal some things to us, but that does not change our situation. We need to have effective measures. So it's important that our indigenous NDC is respected. And something else which was also mentioned by our base leaders is the protection of rights, guaranteeing the protection of the rights of indigenous peoples, including land, culture, and self-determination in all climate and environmental policies. And then it's important to highlight that we have engaged in in this process in our base organizations. We have dialogued with our territories, but in our letter from February, where we gathered with other countries in the Amazon basin, we emphasized what is mentioned in the IDESEP NDC, the importance of isolated indigenous peoples, and since in how us as the family of our isolated and recently contacted peoples need to strengthen the narrative of demarcating land, because we have faced a challenge when it comes to the Tanaru indigenous land. We had the passing of a relative, and when we had that situation, we said, oh no, there are no longer indigenous peoples in that territory, so it does not need to be demarcated. But the cultural heritage needs to be strengthened. And this was also included in our collective letter within the G9 of the Amazonian basin. And since my time is up, I have brought up some points which are essential, but also emphasizing this perspective of the participation of indigenous peoples, not only in these spaces. Something that Esteban said that we have also discussed is strengthening through capacity building for indigenous negotiators, so that we have a process that doesn't end with COP30. Oh no, COP30 has come and gone, so we need to give up on advocacy. On the contrary, we need to train negotiators, but it's not a top-down training, but it is a training that is based on our traditional knowledge to align what we're doing here in the political, technical, and indigenous sides, everything together, and thinking that our territories have huge climate authorities that have protected these territories, and this is a process of drafting the NDC. We have the PGTAs, which are documents that are drafted in these territories and that have protection targets, and it's important to highlight what are the instruments that we have already drafted, because if they aren't recognized, that's very bad. We need to recognize the materials we have already drafted in our territories. Thank you. Thank you, Alana. And I will now pass the floor to Kleber. And along the lines of what Alana said, COP30 is not the finish line. It is the starting point of what we're building. So, within that perspective, Kleber, you have the floor. Thank you, Ariane. Thank you, Alana, Esteban, Gregorio, who have made their interventions, and I think they brought important contributions. And I think our colleagues will also bring important contributions. This panel is of the utmost importance for the pre-Indigenous COP debate. We are talking about the NDCs that the countries, the governments are already discussing. Some have already presented them, some haven't. There's a deadline for each country to present their NDCs. And whatever is the result of this agenda here will be essential for the summit in Germany in about 2 weeks. So the importance of this debate here today and the experience of each country and what Esteban brings in terms of targets, numbers, and strategic access based on Peru through they're coordinating to try and make clear from the Peruvian standpoint the contributions of indigenous peoples to the debate about tackling climate change. And I say it's of the utmost importance because in the morning Alana asked a question, but according to the result that she showed in the plenary, we have more people that haven't been to a COP than people who have been to a COP. So this shows our added responsibility and the importance of this event to clarify some terminologies, some strategies, and actions, because each indigenous organization in each country needs to understand what we're doing, not only about the NDCs. There are other strategies, and Alani mentioned strategies that are linked to the NDCs, but that go beyond the NDCs. like Esteban also mentioned, and the importance of the indigenous NDCs is that they need to be connected and form a political visibility strategy of an overarching NDC by indigenous peoples globally. And we also posed a challenge for our colleagues in the Congo Basin, Mesoamerica, and also Asia, especially Indonesia, of the same debate that we're engaged on here. And so that we can connect the demands, many of which are very common. And if we look at targets about territorial protection and recognition of indigenous territories,
it's common for the peoples of the Amazon Basin, those from Pampa, Pantanal, Caatinga, Cerrado, from the other ecosystems in other continents. So we have a challenge, first of all, within our countries, to work on which strategies for indigenous NDCs do we want for our reality within our countries, and how does this connect or becomes a political articulation so other countries recognize these indigenous NDCs to incorporate them to the official document of the governments as a strategy to fight climate crisis. Here in Brazil, APIB, with our regional organizations from Baku, when Brazil presented its NDCs, it was one of the first countries, if not the first, perhaps one of the first ones that presented its NDCs. And it made us frustrated as we were within a process of debates, discussions here in Brazil. From last year, we had a strong process to create the climate plan of the Brazilian government, especially on the adaptation and mitigation axis, with society, actors. As was said, we are in a process to create the climate plan, and we were surprised when the Brazilian NDCs were presented, and they were superficially mentioning things and had no clear goals on how we wanted to be seen within the NDCs on the Brazilian government for COP30. Well, for those who still have not went to a COP, this one is being considered really important, not only because it's seen as is being seen as one of the COP that has a post-COP that was performed in countries that are based on the exploitation of fossil fuels. The hope is that this COP is that we'll once more have a social participation that is more full and effective, but because also this COP will have countries presenting their new goals, contributions for the fulfillment of the Paris Agreement for the next 10 years, to work on lowering the emission of greenhouse gases, to try to fight the 1.5 degree goals that many scientists have said that we have already reached this goal, unfortunately. How can these countries be together with the many players, especially other governments, with philanthropy, international cooperation, and the private sector itself, to have such commitments to be implemented in practice and fulfilled for the next 10 years to fight climate crises? When we say that COP is just a pathway for this journey, is because our responsibility, I say us, not only about indigenous people or movement, it's us as society in general. We have a fundamental role in the post-COP with the commitments that were made for us to fulfill these commitments that were taken on or that we hope that will be took on within this scenario to fight the climate crisis. And us in Brazil, as I have mentioned here in the morning, APIB has released a recent document that is still not completely published. We are still detailing its goals. More specifically, we are calling it the Indigenous NDCs, but we are launching an annex that, as the Brazilian government has presented its NDCs at the Baku COP, any contribution that comes from now would go as an annex of the Brazilian NDCs. Well, this is a political debate here in Brazil, and we are working the idea of the annex of the contribution of the NDC from indigenous people and joining it with the traditional communities of indigenous peoples, especially from these 7 main axes, as I have mentioned in the morning, that some have already brought here. One is on the mitigation. So how can we, apart from working on reducing greenhouse gases, how can we see our territory or incorporate this as specific goals, recognizing the demarcation, the protection of territories, the recovery of indigenous territories that have been devastated, and all the impacts? How can we have a debate on mitigation to make our territories have clear and specific goals for recovery, titling, protection of these indigenous territories? In the adaptation access, for example, we have the guarantee of this protection, recognition, but also the importance of recognizing the means of life of indigenous people as a strategy to adapt ourselves. And there is a scenario in many indigenous territories of seeking alternatives due to the climate change in your region. A period in which you would plant is not the same one that you would do previously due to the change in the rainy season. So how do we begin to have a recognition of the means of life and adapting it to this scenario of change on the climate on your territories? Another fundamental axis is a debate on financing, especially climate financing, and given the importance of this protagonism on the debate of indigenous funds for the global debate on financing for indigenous people and local communities, some strategies that are being thought of both for the axis of the guarantee to territorial protection, direct financing at the Global Alliance are being worked at, with the announcement of the new financial commitment that is being built by the FTFG group, which was announced on the Paris COP for the $1.7 million for indigenous people and local communities. In this new announcement that will be done at COP 30, you have still an amount, but the connection for the financing for indigenous people at a global level is fundamental for the access of climate financing within this strategy. Another theme that is being thought of is what the group of the FCLP, Leaders for Climate Action, that is backed by countries, especially by the Norwegian government and the Peruvian government, for some kind of territorial commitment. We are creating a strategy with other countries that belong to those who are from the FCLP. Brazil was not part of it. FCLP came to be at the Bolsonaro government, and at the time it did not adhere to the FCLP. And recently, for the specific access of indigenous people on Brazilian government through the Indigenous People Ministry has adhered to it to add to the efforts of this territorial commitment, which is the one that we are working on, a commitment of X amount of hectares for the demarcation of lands of indigenous peoples and local communities at a global level for the next 10 years. This is another important thing, and here in Brazil, connected to this strategy, we have recently made a debate on creating a new program for demarcation, protection, recognition of indigenous lands in Brazil as a whole. Connected to the PPTAL, the Territorial Protection Plan that was created in the 90s, which was a period where we have most recognized indigenous land, but not due to political issues, but due to a conformity of factors. At the time, we had the end of the constitutional term of 88 of 5 years. It came after a ECHO 92 with the environmental agenda at a global level. And we see a lot of similarities on that scenario with this one, where the climate agenda is the center of attentions for a global debate to fight the climate crisis. We see an international pressure on the recognition of indigenous territories as a key strategy to fight climate crisis, as the big global leaders are discussing the recognition of more than 80% of the global biodiversity. They know that they are on indigenous territories, and they recognize the role that indigenous peoples and its territories have contributed to humanity. So it's time for this political commitment to become a reality, and that's the strategy to create this program at a national level to relive what this program was in the 90s, which it was the PPTAL, and for the indigenous lands of Brazil as a whole. All of that connected to the axis that we have mentioned previously in the morning, especially the one for funding. We will also make the document available for all of you to connect to everyone what is within this document, and on the transfer of technology, which is to value traditional knowledge, science, about capacity building. Indigenous people are the true climate authorities. Apart from the leaderships that are now in COPs, we also need to have more indigenous leaderships. Coiab has been doing an interesting work to have more youth, young women, men trained on this debate to be our indigenous negotiators within this process. The access for capacity building is important for climate education, as well as justice, ambition, the recognition of this historic debt that humanity has with indigenous people, and the co-benefits, the recognition of our cultural practices for fighting climate crises. So these are one of the initiatives that we have been working on, both on the national scenario, but as well as with a global scenario from the Global Alliance with other countries from other regions, continents, so we can go together with a sole global NDC towards COP30. So it's important for each one of us within our countries, those who are already doing it, those who are not. We should have a debate on what is this connection of this agenda from each territory, region, nationality. How can it add up to a sole NDC from indigenous people at a global level to go to a COP30 aligned politically with our agenda, so we can reach the objectives to have them incorporated. That's why we need to have this debate, as the negotiations in Germany, in Bonn, in 2 weeks, will be fundamental for these goals, commitment to be reflected on the national NDCs of each country, so that at the COP30 we can truly have this commitment and can have a work for monitoring for the implementation of these commitments that were taken on with the indigenous peoples. Thank you. Thank you, Klebe. Now let's pass it to Martin from Opiaki. We're almost. I know you are tired, but we're almost over. Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, my relatives. I'm really happy to be here in Brazil. Once more, following this international space, would like to thank the organizations that have made this event possible. President Toya, that always invites us, the presidents, the leaders of the Amazon basin. I would like to salute Klebe. It truly is important. All the advancements that have been done are truly important. So I would like to talk about the experience of NDCs in Colombia. Within Opiaki, we have took on the initiative to elaborate a technical political document. Within it, we do not request for inclusion, but we want for the NDCs to be built in a participative manner with the existing actors of the territory, which are the true protagonists of conservation and mitigation of climate change. The NDCs that are being updated currently in Colombia did not recognize indigenous people, the knowledge systems. They have ignored everything, and also the internal policies of peoples. That is why within this document, well, I am the coordinator for COP30 in Opiaki. So in Colombia, we have some scenarios. One is the permanent panel, where we have all the indigenous peoples of the country, 115 in Colombia, and we also have the regional Amazonian panel with 6 Amazonian departments, which is the political arm of Opiaki, where we have 64 indigenous people participating. We are approximately 40% of the country represented in territories. We have authorities and entities from territories. In Colombia, the rights of indigenous people went through significant advancements. So we have administrative entities having the landmark and the constitution. This presents an advantage for us. We say that within this document we have the general lines to create the NDC by looking at indigenous people. If people in the Amazon are not present, it's difficult for them to be fulfilled. So we have identified 6 strategic lines which will be debated. The last scenario within this trajectory, we have analyzed the NDCs, we have created retrofeeding spaces to create the indigenous NDCs, and this space, all of that was validated with this document on the regional Amazonian table. This document was delivered to the Ministry of the Environment in Colombia, to the Directorate of Climate Change. As a conclusion, We were part of the technical panels to review the components that they belong to us. They depend on different entities that discuss, and we'll include this on the country's document. Colombia has requested to postpone the delivery of its NDC. I believe that the last one will happen in August, if I am not mistaken. Yeah, if I'm not mistaken. And this is the term that we have for performing the discussion. So we have a position as indigenous people in Colombia, and we have a position as Amazonian people. Within these lines and strategies, I believe that we here have similar proposals. I have here the proposals of my other colleagues, and this is basically what we have included in our proposal for NDC of indigenous people in the Amazon.
And the first one is when we talk about territories and when the countries interpret this, we're talking about an area that has an environmental wealth. And when we talk about the forests in terms of climate change, and for us indigenous peoples, a territory is not just an area. It's where is our knowledge, our spirituality, our culture, our productive systems, and all of that is governed through a knowledge system. And the knowledge system is not different from a scientific system. On the contrary, our knowledge systems are complementary to what science says. That is why we are the main actors in the mitigation of climate change. So within the territories, when we say climate action, we are talking about the demarcation, the titling of our land, and without them, we don't have legal security over our territories. So, and this is very important, and I think it's the basis for the indigenous peoples open this debate to outsiders. And in the second moment, we are talking about the transition, the just energy transition, right? And we hear a lot about just transition in the economy. And we say, yes, we want the transition, we want the territories to engage in the energy transition, but we don't talk about where the minerals will come from in order for us to engage in the just transition. The Amazon cannot pay for the damage of that transition, and we need to be very emphatic about this. If I have a couple more minutes. I also want to mention the direct access to financing, and that our own mechanisms that the indigenous peoples are creating are respected. In the case of the Amazon, we are promoting the Indigenous Fund and full and effective participation. We have a constitutional right. In Colombia, we have a decree where we are considered as authorities, as environmental authorities, and we are not parallel, we are not a separate state, we are part of the same government structure. We coordinate and articulate within the national environmental system. So there needs to be an institutional adaptation so that the indigenous authorities become effective part of that system. It needs to be something very horizontal. Education, culture, and indigenous education, culture, and knowledge systems. And we need to make this clear because we don't want people to come and educate indigenous peoples. What we are proposing is that the knowledge of the indigenous peoples that sustains the planet, that sustains biodiversity, is actually included in the academia and is included in the conventional curriculums in education. If the knowledge systems of the indigenous populations is not recognized, it will be very hard to mitigate climate change. And territorial governance and climate justice, once again recognizing the authorities in the territories as environmental authorities. So basically, to summarize, this is a large debate, but I'm summarizing a document that was drafted in many months of work. It's an 80-page document. How many minutes do I still have? 7? We have a document to share, and we delivered it to the Colombian government. And as a country, we will consider that everything that is proposed in the document with 1 or 2 actions, and we need to also create alliances with other organizations. And lastly, I would like to invite everyone to work not only as a unity, but for us, the topic of unity is something that often divides us. We need to work in brotherhood, which is much deeper. When we talk about brotherhood, we talk about the principles of the indigenous peoples, because we're brothers and sisters which inhabit our common home, and we defend it, and we need to make our contributions. Thank you. Thank you. Very well. Thank you for your intervention. And it's important that you also brought these documents. And based on what you're presenting, all of that together, based on the NDC that was jointly presented based on a document that will be jointly presented based on our proposal, but also to think about what Kleber said about a global NDC for all indigenous peoples to voice their demands, which are common in our countries, in our geographies, in our territories. I will now pass the floor to Eda from Vice. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the opportunity and for the honor of being here with you. I would like to be very brief but very direct, because my colleagues have spoke in length about what is important in terms of what we need to be contained in the documents of indigenous peoples. I wanted to talk about some strategies or secrets, because I have worked in the Mexican government for a long time. So how can we come up to a government and call their attention? Well, first, considering that the NDCs are not only an internal instrument of a country's government, they are an instrument through which the government of a country is demonstrating before the world what they're going to do. And this is important for achieving financing. So it's very important that these documents serve the countries. So, and all sectors and the commitments of the sectors are justified because they need support to get financing for electric trucks, because it's part of the NDC, for example. So considering that, I wanted to tell you how I drafted the strategy of what to say and how to say, because saying that the territories, the indigenous territories, should be recognized as a climate action doesn't tell a government anything. What says something is that the territories, the indigenous territories, need to be protected So that can be a climate action. And how do you protect them? Through titling, through demarcation, through direct funding and financing, to providing land titles for indigenous women. We protect indigenous land in many ways. I mention women specifically because, for example, in Mexico, men leave to work in the US. They are now coming back, but usually they leave. So the women are the ones who remain in the territory. And if they don't own their land, they cannot access any form of support. So it's very important to issue titles for women. And within that, the argument of protection also needs to be related to the commitments undertaken by the countries to respect human rights and to respect indigenous rights. Because the countries, all of the countries that are part of the Amazon basin, have signed the UN Declaration of Human Rights and the UN Declaration on Indigenous Rights. And within indigenous rights, we have the right to land. And within human rights, we have also the right to land. Same as the right to life. And politically and legally speaking, invoking a human right has a different type of weight than just invoking any right. For example, the right to water was not used within the legal frameworks until it was classified by the UN as a human right. And I was living in Mexico when the Congress people decided that God gives us water, but He does not bottle it. So it cannot be a right. But when it was considered a human right, it became a law that water should be distributed to everyone. So it's important to call upon not only the executive branch and to the part of government which is the executive branch, the president, the ministries. We also need to call upon the judiciary branch and the legislative branch. And it's very interesting how the Brazilian government is divided into the three branches, because we're always talking about the three branches, but perhaps we should lean more on that and say that the indigenous annex should also mention the three branches. And I would also like to mention that it's very important to call upon other actors. That is, what do you want to ask the private sector? The government not only can be manipulated through what we ask of them, but through the negotiations that that they do with the private sector. So we need to call upon the actors, all stakeholders. When we have a country commitment, we include all stakeholders. The Mexican NDC, for example, 35% of the emissions, of the lowering of emissions, is at the behest of energy generation, and 18% is related to the use of the land. So like Esteban said, what is the sector that the land use? So agriculture, and we need to look on about how we accommodate the proposals related to the protection of the territories. We need to anchor these proposals to specific sectors with whom we will negotiate. And to conclude, we had some comments about the post COP30 in Rome. We started talking very timidly about biodiversity and climate change, and it seems we're going to have an opportunity to strengthen this agenda, the biodiversity and climate change agenda, because we have indicators, we have concrete commitments, we have Target 3, and the territories are already in Target 22 in the monitoring framework. So the countries need to say what they did in the biodiversity plan. Colombia talks about indigenous territories. So we need to keep on thinking about the idea that we have this joint agenda, which is also related to desertification, but mostly related to biodiversity and climate change. So this is another reason why we need to protect indigenous land, because that's where biodiversity is. And biodiversity, we're talking about nothing more, nothing less than the territory. And we're also talking about genetic resources. And there's a lot of money there. So the Cali Fund, we have a lot of money there. And they have a definition for indigenous peoples. And to conclude, now for real, I would invite you to continue discussing about the free, previous, and informed consent, because it can be translated in many ways. It is also translated as previous, free, and informed consultation, but consulting is not the same as being able to say no. Consulting is not consenting. So this is translated in many ways, and each government interprets this as they want. So we need to keep on discussing about this. Thank you. Thank you very much. And I would like to thank all panelists, but don't leave yet because we need to take a picture. But I'd like to thank everyone who made such important interventions. And I think that everyone will be here tomorrow with their thoughts about the panel, that our panelists brought several things for us to think about what path we want to follow and what are the points we want to bring to our indigenous NDC. What does that indigenous NDC mean that we will be presenting to the governments? What configures, or what actually is something that you look at and you see yourself in this NDC? And the free, previous, and informed consent, for example, what are the NDC issues that are discussed with the government? Why don't they discuss them with us, like Coiab is doing, bringing the indigenous pre-COP to discuss about what we want? So the main issue of the government is that they always consider the voice of indigenous peoples, but without the indigenous peoples. They use our name without our presence. So now it's different. Indigenous people will present their own NDCs. We're going to be present, and it will definitely be a great moment. But to conclude my intervention, once again, it's the starting point for a lot of things that are going to happen post COP30, and that continues in the other COPs, COP31. And I was just confused. What comes after COP30? Well, COP31. But that's it. We're going to have COP31, COP32. Alana? So, where are our photographers? Our excellent photographers from the indigenous movement. We're going to take a picture. Where are our photographers? Don't be jealous. I'm complimenting them because they are from the indigenous movement. A round of applause for our panel, our debaters. Congratulations once again. And we would like to thank, first and foremost, our leaders who have spent the entire day with us. I don't know if they were 100% here. Some of them were almost napping, but I'm glad that you continued with us all the way through the end, and I'm glad that you're here. It's now 6 o'clock, and even I am getting confused because I'm tired. So it's 6 p.m. right now. Thank you, relatives. Tomorrow, 8 a.m., we're going to be back. And if you want to be on the list to speak tomorrow, since we are all tired, 8 a.m., we're going to be here. 8 a.m. And reminding everyone that the breakfast is 6:30, and thank you everyone who's participating with us. And I'd like to say that we're very happy with the participation of all of our partners, and we sent the time for dinner in the group, in the international group and in the national group. Thank you, international relatives. Good evening, rest. See you tomorrow at 8 o'clock.